Hello, I am back. I am Damien Reed, the evangelist here at GPORTAL. And if you're watching this live or on demand, hello and welcome to halfway through week 2 of Devcom 2020. I don't know if that's to celebrate anything or to be sad, because we're getting to the latter stages of Devcom, and that means that I won't be streaming on a daily basis because Devcom's over. However, there are good things that have come from this. So GPORTAL now has its own Twitch channel. Amazing. It's something that I've wanted for a very long time. And do you know what? I've started to put in some auto hosting. So we're going to start auto hosting some of our partnered influencers. If you are brand new to GPORTAL and you have no idea what I was just talking about, a partner influencer is essentially an influencer that it streams on YouTube, not Mixer, that's gone, Twitch, posts on other social media platforms, and basically supports and promotes games that we host or that we plan to host. So, for instance, there's some games that are coming out very soon. There's actually Frozen Flame that's coming out in September. We're hoping that a number of our influencers will be promoting that game during that beta section. So whilst it's in beta in September, not early access, sorry. Whilst it's in beta, some of our influencers will be streaming that game here on Twitch and other platforms. And it's a really good utility for game studios who are looking to promote their game, especially if you're a game studio who is on the smaller side and you don't have that huge budget behind you. Then we have 500 partnered influencers on our books. They're located in 30 countries, streaming in 12 different languages, to a combined audience of 10 million. Now, there are some amazing figures, but there is a caveat to that our streamers, our influencers, have their own genre of games, so they're not always going to be promoting. You'll never get all 500 promoting the same game. However, if your game's good, then and if it's enough of the influencers, then there'll be a good chunk of them that will be promoting your game. Creating awareness of it, generating sales, and that's always a good thing. And you know what? When a studio signs with GPORTAL, they come at no cost. That is right. Absolutely. So, as I said, for a smaller studio, if you have a very limited budget, especially when it comes to the promotion and marketing of your game, then you need to be getting in contact with GPORTAL, because we can help you with that. There are many, many things that we can actually help you with if you're a smaller studio. So we have we can enable you to have a server for testing, or a couple if you need them. That's at no cost, no obligation, no contract. You can test your server with us to see how your game runs out on a remote location. You can get used to our control panel as well. You can check to see how your game is optimized, if it works well on one of our servers, which you should do, because our servers are freaking amazing. Yeah, basically it's like I said, no obligation, no contract, and you get one of those. You also can ask for a license share program. So essentially, if a player comes along and rents one of our servers to play your game, we will pay you 0.006 of a euro for every slot in that server for the duration of that rental. Which doesn't sound a lot, but when you start to add up how many servers that some of our games actually get, that can actually be a really good steady revenue coming through. And the amazing thing is, it actually has no overall influence on the actual cost of the rented server, so it doesn't cost a player any more money for you to opt into this program. Amazing, right? I know. GPORTAL. If you're not aware, again, I suppose I really should just quickly go back over who GPORTAL are. We are a a company that specializes in hosting private game servers. We're in that industry. We've been in the industry for over 15 years now, and we have grown to be one of the largest and most successful companies in this industry. We have 10 million players come to our website every single month to play on our servers. So, you know, if there's a game out there that requires a private game server, typically we are hosting them because we're good at it. We have a global low latency network. We have DDoS protection. If a studio signs with us, then they have free service for testing. They have a license share program. They also have access to our 500 influencers. So, it's a good thing. A great thing. Anyway, I'm going to start playing some videos. A few of these videos were filmed last week. But it's a good opportunity. You haven't seen these videos to give them a watch. Essentially, we're going to go through our control panel, how easy it is to rent one of our servers and set it up. Then we are going to talk about private game servers and their effect on the industry, and also the private game servers versus other technology. So I'm going to start off with the control panel, I believe. So we'll just flip across.
Welcome everybody. I want to introduce myself first. I'm Roberto, CEO of GPORTAL, and today I want to share some insights to our control panel for our game servers, which hopefully is gonna be used also for your next project you wanna release. So basically this is our website, and so I switch to full screen so you can better check out what I'm doing. Basically this is when you go to g-portal.com, you will see this screen in your preferred language, in your preferred location, with your preferred currency, of course. So usually you have to register to log in. We skipped that part. I guess this is just obvious. And let's go to rent servers. There you get an overview about our newest games, about our popular games, and every game we implemented over the recent years. And as you can see, there are lots of games already available, and we claim that your server will be ready in 3 minutes after you purchase it, and we want to showcase right now that this is actually true. And let's start with Conan Exiles for an example. So we click on order button. You will be redirected to the landing page of Conan Exiles. You get some brief overview, what features are included when you purchase this server, and you can select the location. This is now the EU-based website. That's why it just shown only 3 locations, but we have in total 12 locations with Japan, China, Australia, Russia, UK, Europe, 3 different locations in North America. Also Canada is included, South America, South Africa. So we have a whole coverage for the entire world. Singapore will be opened as a new location within the next 2 weeks. So for your game, we should have a global coverage. So everyone around the globe should be able to enjoy your game. Let's start with Frankfurt in this showcase. So I press Frankfurt. You can select between different period slots and still choose the location. And let's go with 10 slot servers in Europe. And press the one instant checkout, so everything is processed in the background, so no hassle with any payment data if you already purchased something with us. You see the server has been already deployed, activated, and now you can go to configuration. As you can see in the background, it's installing. You will have a live status update with every single game we deploy, so no waiting, no things going on in the background that you can't imagine what's going on. So everything is literally live and with status update every second. And this is the dashboard for the Conan Exile server, so we can turn it off and you get an immediate response that the server has been turned on. Briefly after starting it, you will see the CPU and memory usage spiking for the boot up sequence of the server. So now you see 10% CPU memory. This because we got lots of requests by our customers. Memory usage is not limited. We don't use any virtualization. We don't have any Docker containers or similar that could limit resources. We don't limit anything. So CPU memory is just limited by physical limits, but there is no software that stops your server if you're consuming too much memory or if you're consuming too much CPU. There are no hidden figures in the background making you pay additional money. This is completely transparent. What you use, you get, and that's it. So this being said, the server is already up and running, everything in less than, I would say, 2 minutes. And so basically our advertisement that everything should be up in less than 3 minutes is proven. Let's go to basic settings. As you can see, lots of configuration possibilities, lots of settings and different values. It's nearly infinite scrolling just for one game, so we cover every single aspect of the game, can be changed in this control panel, and whatever you have, tablet or PC or mobile phone, it's all fitted into one screen. You can choose different columns if it makes more convenient for you to configure your server, up to 3 columns. I will choose one, and as you may have noticed, there are lots of settings, and if you're struggling to find the right one, just type in something and you will see immediately it will give you the search results for multiplayer, and you can change all the settings there. So this being said, you also are allowed to choose between different branches of the game. There is a beta branch and there is an actual live stable branch available for Conan Exiles, and you can choose between those. You can change the server name. Let's name it Devcom test server in our showcase. You can set up a server password if you want to use it just with your friends, and no others should be allowed to join that don't have the password. You can set an admin password to configure your server from the in-game. There are so many different configurations you can set up, and when you press the save button, everything will be saved immediately. And if there are significant changes to your server, then it will also immediately restart, because every single settings will be applied after restart. You can have broadcast messages to your server. For instance, if you want to restart your server and you don't want to turn it off without any in-game notice, then you can activate the settings. You can start a countdown. Let's say server going down for update in 10, for example. You can add it, and then you can start a countdown. 5 minutes to go. Add it, and you can customize your countdown. This will apply with every single restart you do. Yeah, this is the more casual way to configure your server. There is an expert way too, where you can directly configure everything in your configuration files. They're all loaded instantly, as you can see, and there are all configuration settings and values available, and everything can be configured within the files themselves. You will have a log file that gives you an update about what happened in the past. You can search inside the log files if something happened on your server and you want to look it up and maybe report it to us. You have the current log files where you can choose auto scroll, then it will automatically scroll down if something new happens to your server. And there you are. You see the servers already up and reporting their stats, in this case to Funcom. So everything absolutely live, everything will be updated directly, so you don't have to take care about this and can enjoy your game. And we have also the auto update function where you can turn it on and off, whatever fits you better. If you have auto update on, every single mandatory update will be immediately applied to your server within minutes after Funcom pushes the update to Steam. Our system in the background will recognize that there is a new update. It will process it immediately to our local repository, and from there we created a torrent-like network, full meshed between every single bare metal system around the globe to push and fetch the update as fast as possible. And the last time, for instance, if when we updated Arc, in this case, it took like 5 minutes to update tens of thousands of servers worldwide. So what else do we have? Restart. You can have scheduled restarts. So for example, if you want your server to restart on a daily basis at 5 a.m. In a specific time zone, we're here in Germany, so let's pick Central European summertime. You can set a description like daily restart. You can save it, and here you go. The server will automatically restart every day at 5 a.m. and so maybe for performance reasons, or you want to pick up all the latest mod updates, whatever reason is behind, you can schedule here restart. Backups come also with this control panel. You have 50 gig of backup space available at no cost. If you want to take a backup of your current save game configuration, etc., then simply press the Create Backup button. It will shut down the server. It will process all the files to our local repository, and once the backup is done, it will automatically start up the server again and show you that the backup, here it is in your backup tab, and you can restore or delete it. Permissions. If you have some colleagues or friends that wants to administrate the server while you're away or currently not near a PC or tablet or whatever, then they can register with our website, hand over their username or email address. You can add them here as an administrator and set different permissions, and so they can have control of the server. For instance, this is something clans or communities use very often. As you may have noticed, we skipped one point in this control panel showcase. That's the mod tab. We are really proud about our mod tab that includes every single mod available on the Steam Workshop. It will get automatically updated as soon as an mod developer updates his mod on Steam. And also since 1 week on Epic Game Store, because they added a mod support as well. And in the background, there is, I will shortly explain how those updates are processed. If there are new updates on Steam Workshop, our parser will register it, will process the files to our local repository. Our system recognizes that you are using this mod, and your server will apply the mod if you turned on auto update. Otherwise, it will be applied on the next restart. So you don't have to download any mod or upload it by FTP. You don't have to use the config files to store any Steam Workshop ID in it, which you can't keep track of, which doesn't give you some visualization of the current mods you have available, and you can't activate and deactivate it with one mouse click. So this is something that helps to administrate your server by far. So I added now some mods, and you will see they're all added to the installed mod tabs. You see what's this running, installation bar, whatever you want to call it, that in the background there is something processed. We will need to restart the server to make him recognize that there are actually mods to be picked up before we can activate them. So let's press the restart button. You see the server is stopping, updating. Now it's fetching all the mods from our local repository. It's that's it. So it's installed within second. 3 mods you can immediately activate. You can choose to have some of them deactivated because you want them to be installed but yet not be part of your game. You can choose different orders because there are some mods having dependencies that needs to make them load in a in a specific order, and this is everything you can do with our control panel. And if you have more than one server, you can choose from the tab and then immediately configure them. What else I want to show is our console. We have with many different games, and so let's add, for instance, here to our game cloud Minecraft server. So simply press the Add Server button. It will redirect you to our available game server page. Then let's choose Minecraft, for instance, pick up 4 slots, press the Add button, and you will see the server is activated, already installed, and you can configure it. Let's press the Start button. Go to our console, you see it's connected, and it will immediately show the entire startup process and allows you to directly interact with the game server itself on the console. And we have some commands you can use and their explanations, so it makes your the way you administrate your server more convenient. Let's pick the save all command. Wait till the server is fully loaded. You see the area is going to be prepared in the background. This may take some time depending on the size of your world, and the entities it has to spawn. I guess it's done. Then let's set the save all command, send it, and you will see the server has been saved all there, and this with a live console. You can also ask for help, and it will give you an overview of the common commands that are used to administrate your server, so it's all there. I want to show you the amount of mods and versions we have in place. So this is right now the vanilla mod for Minecraft and the version you can choose. So they're literally infinite versions, and also mods, so you can scroll and scroll and scroll. There are hundreds of different mods with hundreds of different versions, so everything you could imagine of the Minecraft universe you can install and use. Every menu is perfectly adjusted for the game you added. So in this case, you also will get MySQL support with their own database to allow you to store some data. Everything is included in your monthly costs, so there are no extra fees and so on. And yeah, just makes as easy as possible the entire administration of your server. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, reach out to us on chat, or maybe hit the Let's Talk button on the Devcom booth on the lower right. We will be there and pick up your questions and try to answer them. And we're really looking forward to implement your game and to make it available to our audience. Thank you and have a good one.
And we are back. Hello there, welcome back. And well, let's just start off by let's talk about Frozen Flames.
Yeah, amazing game.
What a game!
And it looks quite polished. It has been alpha footage. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. So just to clarify that this game isn't even on beta yet. Beta is September the 15th, I believe it's touted for.
Exactly.
So that is, well, I mean, we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
And you said something like, forgive me if I got it slightly wrong, but you said in your experience of dealing with games that are coming out.
Exactly. This is one of the most polished games in recent years. Not even early access games has been somewhere near that. So that looks really amazing. It's highly polished already. I've played it. This is one of the first games in that estate that I spent more than 4 or 5 hours playing it. So it's really, you can get addicted to it.
Oh, it's a good game. I mean, the 2 hours that was obviously that was my voice. That was me playing. But those 2 hours just flew by. It was just going around the different biomes in the map and just experiencing how the game plays slightly differently. And then seeing those elementals. Did you see the rock and the ice
snowballs?
Yeah,
towards you.
I mean, and I'm really excited about this game. And, you know, obviously from a GPORTAL perspective, I think it's going to be a great game. But as a player, for me, this is a game that I definitely know I will play myself.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm really looking forward to it. As said before, beta is about to start on the 15th of September, and they plan to have it released somewhere in November, December, Steam Early Access. So we're really looking forward to it. It has great elements in the game, and and of course private servers. So.
Absolutely, yes, indeed, yes, absolutely. And so, guys, if you have any questions whatsoever about Frozen Flame, and by all means, please drop them in chat. If you've got any questions about private game servers in general, throw them our way, and we'll see what we can do about answering those questions. I just very wanted to very quickly geek out about Frozen Flame and just say how excited I am for that game, because I generally am.
Yeah, me too.
So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to fill the space for a second. So whilst I
important for the success of a multiplayer online game. So
brilliant, that's fantastic. Could you just say that again for me, because I've just hit record.
Okay, yeah, we're talking about private servers and why they are so important for the success of online multiplayer games, and
so that is the essence of our next talk. So for the next sort of 20 minutes, we're going to talk about private game servers and why, I'm just literally just repeating what you just said, why they pretty much should be on every development roadmap for any multiplayer game.
Yeah, definitely should be.
And I suppose there is a caveat to that. And I suppose before we go any further, yes, we understand that there are certain types of games that don't need private game servers for a multiplayer experience. You know, your turn-based strategies. I think you said simulation earlier.
Yeah, simulation. So such as Satisfactory, for example, they have a peer-to-peer approach. It could make sense to have maybe also private servers for this game. Maybe they have it on the roadmap. We will see. However, there are pros and cons between peer-to-peer and private servers.
So a little, I suppose, sneak peek of what might come up later on this week, or will come up later this week, is we are going to be talking about private game servers and how they have changed the industry. But we're not going to talk about that today. What we're actually going to talk about is the specific reasons why a game studio should be using private game servers in their next game. And we're going to break it down into 3 segments. So we're going to talk about sort of gamer experience, then communities, and then finally the third aspect we're going to talk about is game life durability.
Yeah, very important.
Indeed, absolutely. So we'll start off with game experience. So I suppose the go-to method at this moment in time for many studios. Now there are plenty of studios that still use private game servers and dedicated game servers, but there are still a lot that use peer-to-peer.
Exactly.
And for anyone who's watching, I don't know if Roberto, if you want to just briefly explain what peer-to-peer is for anybody who doesn't know what that is.
So basically, you start your game, you click on host a multiplayer game. It will start up the game. It will start up basically like a dedicated server in the background. So you are the host for your friends wanted to join with you and play on the same map, and you can have settings there too, and choose between different values, of course, but in the end you're the host. So basically your PC, your broadband connection at home will serve other players around the globe or nearby to host that game.
So essentially, and that's not just PC, that's any device with a multiplayer experience. So your Xbox, your PlayStations, your Switches, part of the hardware on that device has to be segregated from the game to be able to run the multiplayer experience. So from a hardware side of things, it's already, you can assume that the games aren't going to be using 100% of the operating system.
No, it's shared resources they will need, but let's start with the pros. So of course it's convenient. You start the game, you press the button, host your game, and you immediately join the server, and maybe friends can join through friends list or whatever the technique behind is to follow your mate and play together with him. So and it's cost efficiency. So
the cost efficiency is up front, because yes, it doesn't cost anything up front, but you lose out later on down the line.
That's true, but we will come to that later on. And the cons, of course, is you have the broadband connection. So basically this just works for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players at the same time, and then it will begin to struggle to have a synchronization between each players with their broadband connection with the people, the person hosting the game basically, and so we all had the experience with many different games in the past using peer-to-peer, where you got disconnected or the host for some reason disconnected, PC shut down, whatever, and everyone loses the connection, and and you have to start over again.
Yes.
So this could be a hassle, of course, and has some downside on the game experience as well. Yeah.
I suppose from the a recent experience of mine that I saw, as you know, I'm a little bit of a Formula One fan, and I was missing out on it this year because of everything that's been going on in the world. And I was so relieved to see that they were actually going to be hosting virtual Grand Prix.
Yeah,
real life drivers.
At least they tried
playing the official game. Don't ruin the story. There was the likes of Charles Leclerc, Alex Albon, Lando Norris. These are all Formula One drivers who are currently, who are getting paid millions of pounds, but they're playing the official game it was a Sunday evening to a host of. Well, to an audience of millions, essentially, around the world. And unfortunately, because the F1 game uses peer-to-peer, there were issues. One of which was Lando Norris, who was actually streaming the game himself, disconnected from the game, or got booted out.
Not only once, but many
several times. Yeah. Not only on 1 week either. It was on a number of weeks. He lost. He couldn't qualify for one of the races. Then there was a hashtag going around Twitter at the time called LandoBot because his car was AI for about half the race. And then the second or third time it happened to him, bless him, he actually live on stream rage quit. And uninstalled the game.
Live on TV. So it was. So that's what I'm talking about. So peer-to-peer has its upsides, but too many downsides.
Yeah, I mean the perfect storm for peer-to-peer. Storm's probably a bad word for it. It's basically where you get the absolute, totally unique circumstances that hardly ever happen. So for peer-to-peer to work, it needs to be a small lobby. Everybody who's playing needs to be in the same region.
Should be.
And they all need to have amazing internet with being stable as well. So that means basically no one else on that person's internet streaming Netflix or something like that. And as we know, that never happens. I mean, we're not just talking from the business point of view. As players ourselves, we've experienced so many times issues with P2P games.
Exactly.
Games.
So
So
we've been all struggling already with peer-to-peer and such. So that's why we talk about private game servers, dedicated server itself. So.
Exactly. So we'll jump onto that in just a second. But just to sort of, I suppose, just to explain a little bit further, if one person is having an issue with their internet connection, with peer-to-peer, it isn't just that one person who experiences problems.
The weakest chain in this multiplayer experience will dictate the performance for everyone. So this is common nature in peer-to-peer.
Heaven forbid they're the host. that just ruins the game for everybody. But there's examples I've seen like on first-person shooter games where the opposing player you're trying to shoot is there. Then there. Then there.
Yeah, hitbox and player characters are this is not even on the same hitbox. They go different, and it's just a hassle.
Absolutely.
Like we said before,
So they're all. If you imagine like this big spider web of players connected to other players, and you get one person that has an issue, everybody else is connected in some way.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas a dedicated game server, or more specifically a private game server is what we're talking about, you have that piece of hardware that is looking after the game, and everyone else has their own individual connection.
All the package, all the information to everyone. It's like you said, it's normally hosted inside a data center with amazing bandwidth and connections. So low latency network usually, so this shouldn't happen in a dedicated server environment.
So, I mean, there's just straight up there, what we're just talking about is gamer experience.
Yeah.
There are so many games I have seen over the years that have struggled because people have bad online experiences.
Of course, you can turn your entire game apart with a bad online experience. You can have amazing gameplay, everything is perfect, and then people want to play together and they just can't. So what should they do?
Exactly.
Yeah. So Lando Norris experience.
Exactly.
Rage quit.
Don't be another Lando Norris.
Rage quit the game and deinstalled mainly the entire game.
Yeah.
So, and
fantastic.
we don't want to let that happen.
No, we don't. We do not want that to happen.
Yeah.
So I suppose the next sort of thing I wanted to talk about as a benefit was the community side of things.
Yeah.
And we talked to a number of different studios, and both, pretty much everybody who works at GPORTAL is a gamer. We're all massive gamers. So we're all always up to speed with what's going on in the industry. And we know that so many studios spend huge amounts of time these days trying to build these communities to help keep their game ticking along after launch.
Yeah.
And with private game servers, you get instantly one type of community, and then you get another type of community, which we'll mention in a moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, a private game server, you automatically get a clan, a group, or a club renting their own private game server.
Yeah, exactly. So people who wants to play together, some of them just want to administrate everything for their community. So everything is possible with private servers. You can have one server, many servers. You can interconnect them with each other. So there are literally no borders. And you can configure them. You have them on powerful bare metal systems inside a local nearby data center with low latency. There are other burdens that brings a dedicated server with it, of course, like DDoS protection. You won't face those issues in a peer-to-peer environment, but as we said this morning, we already solved it. So with GPORTAL Suite, I don't know how to call it, but we have solved this problem as well, and we have connected literally every single eyeball provider in different countries to our low latency network, so latency shouldn't be a problem at all. It benefits the entire game. So this is basically, and with the amazing control panel we have in place, you can do everything. It will take care of everything. If there is an update, it will auto update your game. You won't even notice. So
I love the fact that you have so much control over the user experience, over the player experience. So if you're playing like a survival game, hardcore survival game, you can increase like your day-night cycles or your loot or something like that.
Every multiplayer you can imagine, you can scale.
Yes.
Nearly infinite.
Possibilities are endless.
Yeah, but ending up with millions of dinosaurs on an arc map could have a negative impact on the performance in the end. But there are no boundaries at all. So you can configure whatever you want. And one big impact or downside also for peer-to-peer is the host has to be online all the time. So playing with your friends means the host has to be there or at least have his PC running all the time. He needs an ISP at home that doesn't disconnect him, not change IP addresses. Otherwise, it will just disconnect and he has to restart the game.
Well, there's also reports of, I don't know how true this is, but there's also reports, certainly in the UK where I live, if you're using a lot of your broadband, that your provider will start turning
start throttling it. That's a possibility that could happen. And while you watch when you start watching Disney Plus or Netflix, while your host is up and running, I don't believe that the other party playing on your server is enjoying it too much
when
you steal him the entire bandwidth.
No, I'm just touching on what you just mentioned there about someone have to be online to play with. I'm currently in Germany at the moment, helping to do this, and I live in the UK. I've promised my son, because he's a huge Minecraft fan, massive Minecraft fan. Exactly. I've promised him that we'll play together at some point over probably next weekend. And I can't play unless he's playing, because his world, everything that he's designed, his castles, his buildings, all this sort of stuff, is all on his Xbox. So until he fires up his Xbox, I can't join that game. So I was like, it wouldn't be great if I went out and built something as a surprise for him. I can't do it.
No, you can't. You have to wait for him to come online. So then this isn't enough to just come online. He has to start the game and host again this game you started with him. So with dedicated server, your server would run 24/7. You don't have to take care of. We will patch it automatically. So another issue, if the host itself hasn't the latest patch and you're running on a different version, you can't join. So we will make sure about all this, and that's all have a negative impact on game experience.
And these communities, these are fans, and they're like, it's almost like, have you ever seen like a little bowl of sugar or a watery sugar you put down in the summertime? You get all these wasps. You can imagine like that's like your community, and you get all these different fans of the game. They sort of come to it, and they start to like build more and more of a fan base behind that game. And then they start streaming about it, making YouTube videos about it sometimes, and posting about it on social media.
And people love to play on your server because of the settings you put in, because of the administration and all the other efforts you put into your server. So you enjoy the game every time. A completely different way with another server you join, because everyone has its settings and own values. So it's like playing a new game.
Absolutely it is. And just on that as well, I mean, we'll move quickly on to, so actually it was quite a nice little smooth transition, which I'm ruining by talking about the transition. But modding communities, that's the other type of community. Well, I mean, it's like, where do you even start to talk about them? They're just these. You take the fans of a game, and then you take them to another level.
Yeah, exactly. You let the entire community, everyone who loves the game, create their own game experience around it. So usually you have the vanilla game experience, and be honest, it gets boring after a while. So with modding, with building own maps, with own plugins, including different creatures you create, you can have complete own game, like a complete conversion of the game you love to play. It's still in the same universe, so it still takes place in the settings you love. But on the other hand, you have your own mods, and you can combine it. And let's pick Cone Exiles or Ark, for instance. People are running around with nearly 60, 70, 80 different mods at the same time on the same server. And there are more than 4,000 different mods out there. So the combination is infinite. So, and with every new setting or modification, this completely new game, and
brings a whole new experience.
Exactly. And this increased player retention by far.
Huge.
So it just goes skyrocket.
I mean, just imagine, right? You are an average size studio. You've got a few hundred people, right, working on your project for your game. You spent the last, it takes 4 or 5 years to develop a game these days, isn't it? So you spent the last 5 years developing that game, but your resources aren't infinite. At some point you have to go, right, okay, game needs to be launched now, and either we work on downloads, DLCs, expansion packs, or go on to the next project.
You have to do trades off to your roadmap. To your features, maybe including some DLCs, new NPCs, new characters, whatever.
With that modding community, now you have hundreds, thousands.
You have an army.
An army of people
exactly.
modding that game and tailoring it. And some of these mods, you know, they deviate in quality, but some of them are so good that they actually get taken on by the game studio and made into DLC.
Exactly.
Or official mods.
Yeah, for instance, if you pick Ark and there are different maps, there have been already several maps included to the official game.
That's a great example. Another example is Minecraft. Look at Minecraft, what it looks like now. A lot of it's down to modifications. If you look at all the mods that lead prior to the new updates,
there are hundreds of new games. So with Minecraft, so this is huge. And if you look back in history, pick DayZ for example. It's been
we're going to be talking about that in a few days' time.
sorry, but let me finish it. DayZ, for instance, has been a mod for Arma.
Yes,
and now it became a standalone. Counter-Strike as well. It's been a mod for Half-Life.
I'm going to have to take your DayZ and go one better. So DayZ, there was a mod. DayZ was a mod of Arma 2. Then there was a mod of DayZ called DayZ Battle Royale. That's true. Which then got made into a standalone game called PUBG.
This is how things can evolve during time. And if you see, PUBG has gone huge. It's one of the biggest Battle Royale games of all times. And then you see games like Fortnite adopting certain characteristics of the game and being even more successful. So this is what modding means for the entire gaming industry. So that's why it's so important.
Absolutely.
And everything can just take place with private servers.
Yes, indeed. So that sort of brings us on to the last aspect of why private game servers should be part of every multiplayer experience is game life durability. So if I said to you, right, just imagine a normal game, nothing special about it, just your typical game. It's P2P orchestration. Okay, where is the peak player count going to be in that lifespan of that game?
After release and probably the first and second weekend, and that's it. Unless they do something, if they change the game or release new content or that sort of thing. The older the game gets, the less amount of players. You will have some peaks, of course, with new DLCs and major
game goes
updates
on sale or something like that.
For instance, but that's it. It will just go down.
Absolutely. So when you introduce private game servers and you get that community straight away, the first community I was talking about, your clans, your groups, and your clubs, the ones who love that game, who keep playing that game, who are making content about that game.
Exactly.
It keeps your player count up.
It's of course player retention will be high. And they may go to different games and check them out and play them for a couple of days or weeks, but they will always return. They will always return because of the experience you have, because of the multiple settings and mods you can have with it, and you will always return.
Absolutely.
So Conan Exiles, Ark, Minecraft, you will see they will last for years.
Minecraft's been around for 10 years.
So if you compare to other games, for instance Battlefield, you see they have to bring every year or every 2 years a new game to keep their player base. That's very, very true. So when I obviously talk about private game servers, obviously dedicated game servers, that's where you get that better game experience, that better online experience. So that typical lifespan of that P2P game, you also, within those people you're losing those people who have bad online experiences. Then you can go another step further. Then you add the other community that we were talking about, the modding community, and you see something very strange, very unique happen to that life durability. No longer does it decrease; it starts to increase, doesn't it? That's true. And you never know what happens out of one mod that it could leverage and your entire game. So maybe the core game has a few players, and then there comes up a modification that makes it skyrocket. Then people start playing just because of this modification.
Yes.
So
just as for a couple of, I can't remember the exact numbers, so I won't quote them exactly. But upon launch, no, the numbers have gone from my head completely. So I'll tell you this: in 2017, when Ark Survival Evolved launched,
it was 2015.
That was an early access. I'm talking about full official release.
Yeah, okay.
It had an average / mixed review on it.
Yeah.
A good amount of players, not world breaking, not astonishing or anything like that.
No, it was okay.
We are now 3 years later from the official release, and player count has doubled. I'm not talking about just peak, but actual average, day to day, week to week, month to month. It's doubled.
Yeah.
And that is down to the many mods that are available for that game.
People are still playing and enjoying this game.
Yes.
They bring out one DLC per year.
Well, it's got freaking dinosaurs, you know.
Yeah, that's true. But with all the new maps, with all the DLCs they have in place, with all the introductions of new mods and so on and so forth, they have the player retention, and they increased their player base by far, and they can leverage it also for the next title that will come out probably next or the year after. So that's what I'm saying. And all comes down to private servers and the ability to have your own game experience in the end.
Yes, absolutely. So just to recap what we've just been talking about, basically the subject of this was all multiplayer game experiences should be private game servers. With that, you get the enhanced gaming experience. You get the communities that drive your concurrent players. And also then you get, because of those two elements, you get a longer game life or better game life durability.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm back. Good evening and welcome back to me and to you. Guys, it's been a few hours since I've actually been live talking in front of camera. I do have to apologise for a couple of issues. If you have stayed online for the entirety, you would have noticed the odd thing going slightly wrong. One being I have incredibly... Actually, they don't look that fat, but I do have fat fingers, especially when it comes to keyboards, and I pressed the wrong button and I restarted some gameplay footage, unfortunately. And then we also did have a horrific storm, middle of the afternoon, that completely interrupted the stream. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Anyway, so... if you have anything to say, if you've got any comments whatsoever about private game servers or about Ray Polly, the game that we showed off this afternoon, then please drop them in the chat. And hello to Tudan TV, thank you for tuning in. You're about to witness a little bit of storytelling. So, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes discussing about private game servers and how they have moulded the game industry and how the game industry looks like it does today predominantly because of private game servers. So, I'm going to cast your mind back to a game called Half-Life. Fantastic, a great first-person story-led game. Really, really good. And not many people know that Counter-Strike was actually a mod of that game. As we know, Counter-Strike became an incredible force where it was potentially one of the biggest, well, it was the biggest sort of first-person shooter type game that was used in esports. And we are talking over 10 years ago now. But that game came from a mod, came from a private game server. And without a private game server, you wouldn't have got Counter-Strike. But that's just a little bookmark in the history of private game servers and mods and where it all fits together. Because the next game I'm going to talk to you about is It's the biggest game in the world. It's of course Minecraft, and Minecraft arguably wouldn't be anywhere near as popular as it is now if it wasn't for private game servers. And you're probably going, well, what do you mean, Damien? What are you talking about? You know, Minecraft is a huge game played by millions of people around the world, purchased by tens of millions of people, and I'll break it down. So Minecraft has sort of like 4 key pillars to the game. The first one being it's a survival game. Okay. The second being discoverability. Third, creativity. Fourth, freedom. Now, if you take away the survival aspect, a private game server enhances discoverability, creativity, and freedom in almost infinite ways. There are so many modifications of that game that are out now that it's just incredible. It just where you would load up a new game of Minecraft, and every time you load up, if you ask Minecraft to create a new world, they're always different, and that's your discoverability, you know, that of the game. Just imagine if you hop onto a private game server where someone's actually created a whole world. You know, I've listed a couple here. If you wanted to go and, I don't know, battle for the Iron Throne in Westeros, you can. Go and visit the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts. You can. Fight zombies in The Walking Dead. Yep, you can do that too. Or battle fight for the ring that rules them all in Middle Earth. Guess what? All available with private game servers. There are worlds out there that people have created. There are game modes out there that people have created, all on private game servers. I remember visiting a place in Nottingham, which is in the UK, a few years ago, and I played a battle royale in Minecraft on a private game server, which is absolutely incredible. So you have that, obviously, that discoverability with all these different private game servers. You have that freedom as well, because there are so many different mods and skins and stuff like that now that are downloadable for that game, that you can actually manipulate your own experience. So, for instance, just to give you an example of a different type of experience, you get ray tracing now in Minecraft. Now, ray tracing aside, a lot of the stuff that is brought into Minecraft these days is either influenced or has come straight from a modification of that game. So different textures, or working in the Ender dimension, or you know, all those sort of things, all originated really from private game servers. I was very recently on a looking for some of the best private game servers out there, and I found one that I was compelled actually to go and show it to my family, because well, anyway, my son, my daughter, my wife, my in-laws, my sister-in-law, my niece, they were all absolutely in awe of a private game server that I had found running a version of Minecraft that had been a world that had been built during the last 5 years and is still being built today. What I'll do after this, I'll try and drop a link into chat, so if you want to check it out, by all means go ahead. Basically, there are a number of people working in the team that have spent the last 5 years building Disney World, and that's Florida Disney World, and it's not just Magical Kingdom or anything like that. This is all of the park, and not like a scaled down version as well. This is 1:1 scale of the entire park. So we're talking Animal Kingdom, we're talking Hollywood Studios, Epcot, Magic Kingdom, all to a 1:1 scale. And what's even more incredible about this server is that all the rides you can actually go on them, and they've even got like a plug-in for the music and the audio that you'd experience as you go on that ride. Again, not possible without a private game server. So all these different things that, if you take away all these different mods, all these different worlds, and all these different scenarios that could be created with private game servers, you're left with a very core and raw version of Minecraft. And I would argue till the cows come home that it wouldn't be anywhere near as popular if it wasn't for private game servers. And now, changing the subject slightly, I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson. So hopefully you're sitting comfortably as I talk to you now about a little bit of history about private game servers and how they have changed the way in which the video game industry looks right now. So I'm going to take you back to, I believe, about 2009, 2010. I might be a year or so out, so don't blame me if I am wrong, because I've just said I might be. And there was a game called Arma 2 that came out. Now, this is actually a game that I played myself. I was really quite into it. And I even started watching a few different streams about it in the very early days of influencers, and I actually became aware after I started watching one of my favourite influencers. I actually became aware of several mods to this particular game where there were different types of vehicles and safe zones and camps, and if you don't know what it is, Arma 2 is essentially it's an open world military simulation that you could either run in third perspective or first perspective. And all these different types of mods that were coming through on private game servers were running variations of this game, modding the game to make it play better or in different ways, and you had all these different types of unique and strange ways in which the game potentially could be played. But this one particular influencer I was watching, one day I noticed there were zombies in the game, and I was like, hang on a minute, I've played this game myself. Where did they come from? And it was a mod of this game that was called DayZ, or DayZ Epoch, in actual fact. And essentially, it was Arma 2, but they had put zombies in there. And so not only did you have to fight against other players who could literally kill you and take your stuff, but you also had these zombies who were just as fast as you at running, and you had to keep yourself, you had to feed yourself, you had to drink and all that sort of thing. And it was a very, very good experience. And in actual fact, it was something that I jumped on straight away, and I was playing myself a lot. That game was so popular as a mod, it actually became a standalone game, which is actually a game you can still play today. You can play it on PC, you can play it on Xbox. It's created by a gentleman called Dean Hall, and at the time, in actual fact, there was, I don't know if you guys remember, if you paid that much attention to the industry back then, but there was, yes, you're quite right. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chudan, I was very late to reading that comment. You were quite right, it became DayZ. But it influenced so many games back then as well. There were just zombie survival games popping up left, right, and centre. In actual fact, it was like, oh, there's another survival game coming out, and it's got zombies in it. Oh, how original! But there were other games. H1Z1 is another good example. So that is an example of how private game servers have actually helped make another game, we already talked about Counter-Strike, but another game as well become its own standalone as well. But the story doesn't stop there, because DayZ was a mod of Arma 2, and then there was another mod that started floating around in 2012, I believe, and this mod was heavily influenced by a Japanese film called Battle Royale, and it was called DayZ Battle Royale. And essentially what happened was you started and you were in a plane, and you jumped out of the plane, and you landed on a very small island, and you had to kill the other players, and the last one standing was the winner. Sound familiar? So Yeah, this game was created by another player called Brendan Green, who, if you haven't realised already, his gamer name is Player Unknown, and that mod of a mod, became so successful that it was the birth of Player Unknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG, and if you just look at the biggest games that are in the market right now, they are heavily influenced by PUBG. Fortnite is pretty much a copy of PUBG with a building element to it, but yeah, it's heavily influenced by PUBG, and the latest Modern Warfare game, Modern Warfare Warzone, is also a sort of a survival battle royale type game. So these are two of the biggest games in the market right now that wouldn't have happened if there wasn't private game servers. And this is still happening right now. So you think, oh, okay, well, maybe the industry's moved on. No, private game servers are still being used by modders all the time, and there are new and unique versions of games that are being created daily. Some of which the studios have taken on board and are actually making them official mods. But yeah, if you have a game that has a private or has dedicated and private game servers, have a look to see if there's any mods, because if there are mods, then you'll probably have a very new and unique experience of playing a game that you're already familiar playing with. So there we go. So there's some examples. We have got Counter-Strike, we have Minecraft, and then we have Fortnite and Warzone and PUBG, all of which have been heavily influenced by private game servers. Hello everyone, my name is Damien Reed from GPORTAL, and we are at Devcom. And today I'm in a game called Ray Polly with the creator, the developer, the designer, literally absolutely everything you could think of that is in relation to this game. Micah is the person responsible. And so I just said Micah. Is it Micah or Mika before I carry on?
It's me, Micah.
Micah. So we are in your creation.
Yeah.
And so, in a nutshell, how would you describe how would you describe the game?
In a nutshell, so I would say the game is an survival adventure RPG.
Mm-hmm.
So let's call it as a RPG
Okay.
in short form. So yeah, it is a lot of surviving stuff, a lot of adventure stuff. So exploring and so on. So explore, survive, fight, and keep everything steady.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's instantly it's a unique looking game with the polygon stylization that you've gone for. May I ask why you decided to go with this look?
I decided to use this look because I played a lot of games as I was a younger boy.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to make a game that looks like the old games, but with a touch of the new style that you have with the new shaders and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I choose to make it low poly.
Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. Okay, so I think what we should do, I mean, we talked about this before we decided to record, that we're going to do a few things, but both of us are freshly spawned characters, I suppose. I'm level 1. Are you a level 1 as well?
I collected 1 or 2 things, so I'm level 2. But this is some quick doing.
Yeah.
So you're leveling a bit fast at this moment, but I would tweak this in the future.
Yeah.
But it is hard to get level to 30. So it is at the beginning it is easy, and later on it will be much harder to level. So let's pick up some stuff here, because I think we will be prepared for something that will come later on.
Yeah.
And at this moment, it is hard to find each other on the map because the friend system is not in.
Okay.
But it will come in the future, definitely in the future, in the next few weeks, I think.
Yeah. So, tell me about why you decided to create this game.
This is a big and a good question because I, since I was a little boy, I played games, and the first game was on a Sega system.
Yeah.
So it was 2D and so on, and played a lot of other games. But I wanted to make a game by my own since I was 10 years. I think I was 10 years old. Yeah. That I decided to say, hey, I want to make our own game. I have to learn everything about it. So it needs time for this. But every time I was thinking about this, I stopped the idea.
Right.
Yeah, but now I said, okay, let's start this, and I started it.
And so, how long have you been working on the project?
How long?
Yeah.
I think 1.5 year. 1.5 year. The idea is 4 years old, but I'm working on it since 1.5 year.
And this isn't your full-time job, is it?
No, that is not my full-time job. I have a usual job at this moment, but it is a little dream of mine to make it my usual job. So I try to do my best in the game so that it is a game for everyone, or not everyone, because not everyone likes the style and so on, but for a lot of people, so I can make the game my usual job. So I miss you. I don't see you.
I've wandered off.
I'm just walked around.
I'm near the little lake.
Near the little lake. Okay, so I pick up some resources and then come back. So I have to craft something. So think we should go into the crafting system.
Yes. So I'm just making sure I've got enough things. Oh, there's a goblin.
Okay. Do you have a weapon?
Help, no.
There's a goblin too. So I hope you don't see me.
I'm running towards you.
So let's make a club so that I can hit him. At this moment, tools are not as strong as the club. Tools are only tools at this moment. They do damage, but they do not deal a lot of damage. So I want to change this in the future. Because an axe should be more powerful than a simple club. So let's see if it's a girl. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
So sorry about that, but if I don't kill you, you will kill me. So
it's a dog-eat-dog world. And am I being attacked? I'm in the Venturi. I can see something going on in the background. Oh no,
yeah.
Well, I've got a club.
That's right. The inventory is a little bit transparent because I think if you have an inventory and everything is blocked, it makes it hard to react on some situations.
I mean the development that's going on at this moment in time with you is honestly, I'm astounded at how much you get done, especially when you say this is not your full-time job, because admittedly I haven't played this game myself for a couple of weeks, and you've changed the inventory. It looks different than when I was in it last.
Yes, but this is not a hard part because it is only UMG style. So in Unreal Engine, this is the engine I used. You have the UMG part, and if you want to change something, it is you can change it fast way. This part is not written in C++, so it is easy to change something. So in the inventory is a bit, I think, self-explained. Everything is there. You can click the buttons and so on. But I changed the crafting menu. It has in its own tab in the last week. But someone told me, wouldn't it be better to have the crafting menu on the first side if you open your inventory? So I decided to do this.
Okay.
And because it makes it easier to see what is in your inventory and what you can craft and so on.
This is sorry, I cut you off there. I think this is brilliant about your development as well. You are listening to the people who are playing your game, and unlike a lot of studios, it's their decisions, or this is the studio decision. It's be all and end all with what you're doing. You are genuinely listening to the people who are playing your game.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it is important to listen to the players because they play the game. So if I said, yeah, this is the game, deal with it. I think this is not the best way. You can do this, okay? Yeah, you can do this, and hopefully you get players that like this.
Yeah.
But I think if you listen to the players, you can make games greater. You can make games fit their needs. You cannot fit any need, I think, but most of them. And the players like this a lot. When I said, "Hey, make this possible." If you have an idea, just tell me, and I will see if it fits into the game, and I will implement it.
Well,
and this is important, I think. So this is the way I do things, and I have my concept. So I have a straight line that I want to do, but why not hearing the voices of the community that says, "Hey, I want to have a cannonball if I jump into the water, so I will do this."
That'd be fantastic. When you can cannonball, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it's random at this moment. So if you jump into the water, you have a normal dive, or you can have the cannonball.
Does it work now?
Yeah, you can do this.
Oh, I dived.
Yeah, and it is random. And I made a cannonball. So this is it's only little things. Yeah, it's only little things. But if I can do this, I will do this. And
brilliant! Yeah, just
this is what they really like. So some of them only jumps into the water and like this. So
whoever asked that, you can guess the mentality of the person who asked for that to be added to the game.
yes. So why not implement the little things that everyone likes? So
yeah.
So it makes it playable better because you have the littlest parts that you want to do, like throwing a stone. You can do this. Yeah, just take the stone on the quick slot, press the button for this, and throw a stone. So you can do this. It's something someone asked about because he wanted to make other players a bit griefy. So if he hides and throw a stone to a tree, and yeah, the other players a bit confused, and makes more possibilities to interact with other people.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's a little bit mischievous, I suppose.
So I lost you again, but I think it's not a problem.
I'm still near the same lake. I've just realised I don't have enough stones to be able to make a pickaxe. So
okay, I made an axe and I forget about it. So so yeah, also you have the survival part to craft items here. That means you have to craft some tools like an axe or a pickaxe to gather materials.
Yeah.
So you can pick up materials as well, like fiber and so on, and you can craft stuff out of them, like clothes and so on. And you will level in this game. That means you have blueprints in your inventory. You have the blueprints tab. That means you can see, or you almost can see, which blueprints you will unlock with a certain levels. And at this moment I'm level 4, so I can build something, and I can make some clothes. So I should do this because the goblins can hit hard if you don't have any.
To give it extra level of protection, does it?
Yeah, they do.
Right.
Each part will have its own armory level. So that means if you have shoes, they will give armory to you. So it's not much at this moment. So I mean not much for the fiber cloth because they are still basic stuff.
Yeah.
And there you are. So let's see if I can hit this goblin. I just need some copper here, and some leather. At this moment, okay, she hits me. At this moment, you get some goblin souls if you kill a goblin.
Okay.
This is a part we will talk about later. So I don't want to talk about them now because we will find something to use it. So I think we should build a little base, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're fully dressed. I'm naked, but why not? Let's build.
No. I'm naked too, but the girls have to be something on the chest, So I'm naked too there.
Right. So, did you want to love a little place next to the lake, maybe? What are these? These what are they? Is it a statue? Is it or?
These are the player spawns at this moment.
Okay.
I had to think about the players were built everywhere, almost everywhere. So the problem is if you build at this moment, it is a problem. If you build on a player spawn, someone will spawn into your house, and I think you don't want it. So I decided to make some player spawns like this here. Not really beautiful, but they are placeholders.
Yeah.
So I will change them in the future. So you have a place to spawn and everyone sees, okay, and you cannot build on this. Yeah, you can build next to it, but you cannot build something on it. So the player spawns are safe at this moment. Yeah, so I want to see, can I craft? Oh, I have to look. Okay, I have to level a bit to make the... level 9. We need level 9. I made this and I don't know which level we need for the workbench. So, yeah, you see, every day the game is new for me too. So, at least I make the caves, and I don't know much about them.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a look at those caves a little bit later.
Yeah.
What came first then? So, was it Ray Polly or was it Hingford Studios that came first?
You mean for the game?
For you, yeah. I mean, did you start a studio thinking I'm going to make a game, or did you make a game and then think I need a studio name?
The second one. I started to make the game and I thought about it. So let's make the studio and a one-man studio. So I decided to make the studio, Hingford Studios. So someone asked me about the name, but it's hard to explain why I called it Hingford Studios. So
I won't ask then.
it's a bit German English stuff. So it's from Hink from like your feet is broken and your it's you cannot walk cannot walk in the right way.
Right.
So you walk like a zombie. So this is Hinkfoot.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So that means so one person make everything and can hold all the heavy stuff on its on his hands. So it's heavy, but you can walk. So that's why I call it Hingford Studio. I know that it makes not much sense, but yeah. So, but the game name was changed. The game name was changed. A short time before I released it on Steam, because it is now possible to play it on Steam.
Yes.
Yeah, you can play it on Steam. It is released in early access, and can help with developing the game. So that's what I mean. I hear the voice of the community.
That's right. You've got a Discord server where you've people can put their ideas in there and chat about it. Talk about Ray Polly. There's a channel in your server. I've seen that. Screenshots and it's there's a little community being built there as well, isn't there? Which is really cool.
Yeah. So I have a channel on this Discord server where I have the devlog.
Mm-hmm.
So normally I will make a patch and make update notes on Steam.
Yeah.
But at this channel devlog, you can see on which part of the game I'm working at this moment. So
right.
So if I'm working on let's say on the resources, someone can say, hey, you work on the resources, why you don't put some new fruits in it or something? Yeah. So yeah. And they know every time what I do and what will come into the game. And I think this is nice because if I'm working on something, and if you work on something and you have the idea, you want to make it simple and as simple as possible, but if you make it too simple, it is too basic. And I see the light at this moment, and I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot. So if I stand here and look to the trees in the distance, I see the sun coming through, and it looks so great.
Oh yes.
These are the slightest simple moments that I like about it. So.
I like how the trees all now have a glow around them. Especially this tree closest to me has this real white line around it that makes it stick. Oh, actually, all the trees are doing it now.
Yeah, everything around you in a certain distance have this whitish. It's a shader that makes it. You have it even in the grass, but not so much because it makes too much contrast on the floor.
Yeah, I suppose. What else I was trying to get at is when you're not looking directly at the sun, you can still see there around the edge of the trees, but it's not so prominent. But when you actually look at the sun, it almost makes the trees look like they're glowing. It's a really cool effect, actually.
Yeah, this is an effect that I didn't make it. It's a side effect, you know. It's a side effect of the engine, and I liked it. So I will never change it because it looks great. So yeah, I don't know if I have enough stuff to build something. We can build something.
I've been getting some fiber.
Fiber and sticks. I think we have some. So
yeah,
I will craft some foundations, I think. So where are the foundations? I has to use the filter. So they are. There they are. I don't know how big we will build, but I will make some foundations for it. The problem is if we build here, other players will see what we do.
Gives a spawn point. Yeah.
Right. So I decided to make the spawn points in any of the lakes because if you go into the land and the land is big, you have a lot of place to build. So even if there are 100 players, you have enough space to build.
Yeah. And as we found, it's actually really easy to find each other as well.
Yes, because you have some points on the map where you can say, "Hey, I'm in the north of the middle of the map, so you have the biggest mountain, or I'm on the lake." So like we did before to find each other. And I was thinking about to make a roster here to a grid point, I mean.
Okay.
On the map. But I think there are certain points that you can say I'm on the middle end of somewhere. But if the friend system will come into the game, I think it would make everything easier to find each other. So the other player will be you will be able to see the player on the big map. There will be a mini map as well. So I will give you the possibility to have a mini map and to decide which one you want to have. So on the top of the screen, you have this compass here. So if you said the compass is not enough for me, you can decide to make to show or to display the mini map. It's not implemented right now, but I will do this. So or you press M to have the big map.
That's cool.
And so I want to give the player a lot of possibilities to fit their needs. So at this moment, if you pick something up, it will go into the quick slots at first.
Yeah.
But if you don't like this system, I will make it possible to say, okay, you have an option to say the items go into the main inventory first. So so that you can decide which or how you want to do this.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
That's
And
really cool.
I want to make a lot of settings for every aspect of the game, so that if you make a single player game or so on, you can decide how hard the game will be and so on.
Yeah.
So
well, that kind of leads me on to the next sort of thing I was going to talk about, because obviously I work for GPORTAL and I represent GPORTAL, and we are a private server or gaming server just for gaming. I kind of get right. Well, I'm so where I work from. GPORTAL, we specialize in just for gaming servers. I mean, we do dedicated, but primarily we do private servers, and we're currently on a dedicated server, aren't we?
That's right.
And so anybody who has access to this game at this moment in time can come and join. But I suppose the great thing about it, the things that you just mentioned, to tailor the game to the way you want it to be played, we're having it more difficult. That's where private servers come into the fold.
That's right. Yeah.
Was that always your vision, to have dedicated and private servers?
Oh yeah, yes, yes. It was the idea to make the game for a multiplayer game.
Mm-hmm.
So I started with single player, but as I started, I said, okay, hey, what I have to make this multiplayer, because I had played a lot of games by myself that are not multiplayer, but they're supposed to be multiplayer. So I said, okay, let's start with the multiplayer and then put the single player part into. You can play the game as in a single player mode, but I want to give the possibility to have a multiplayer experience of the game, so that you can build together and fight each other and so on. Yeah. So that's why I said, okay, let's make it multiplayer, and it makes much more fun if you play multiplayer.
It definitely does. It definitely does.
So
right,
it gets dark now.
Yeah,
I think I have to make a torch.
How do we make a torch? Torch.
Oh, I missed out of.
Just looking for it in
the. I need sticks. So I have to grab a bush.
Torch. Here we go. Sticks and fiber. Craft it. Are we going to build here? Or are we going to move somewhere else?
I think we should go slightly in the near of the cave, I would say, because we would go into the cave later on, but so it's dark. I don't see the cave. I don't see you. So there you are. So let's make a torch. The torch light is a bit, it's not much. I think I have to make it the area of the light be bigger.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, it's down to individual preference, I suppose.
So okay. So if we build okay. Careful, the goblins have torches too.
Oh yeah. Oh, nearly.
Okay. The problem is PvP is on every time. So...
Okay, so did I hit you? Sorry.
No, you don't hit me. I think the goblin has catched the damage. So I think we should go.
Yeah, follow you.
Here it looks. Here is okay because the water is not too far away and it's plain here, so you can build even if it's not plain. But let's build here. I will start to. There you
go. Okay.
Search.
There you go.
I don't know if we.
Oh wow, you crafted quite a lot. I did one platform and you've done loads.
I collected a lot of, but that's all I have.
Right. Let's.
So in the game it is I think 15 minutes. Yeah, it's 15 minutes night and 45 minutes day.
Yeah.
Because the nighttime is important too, but I think if the nighttime is too long, it is not so easy to play it because there are some random events at this moment. I implemented 2 random events in the game.
Okay.
I think we should see 1.5 hours.
Oh.
I hope we see it.
Where did you want to put the door?
Okay. I have to collect some resources. Yeah. But I chopped some wood so I can make stick out of it. Where do I have the sticks? There they are. Oh, I can make 333. but I don't want this much. I think 50 over the crafting time is huge. 5 seconds for one stick. For 2 sticks. For 2 sticks. You get 2 sticks out of 1 wood, so yeah, we have to wait, so let's
just looking to
level up. Oh, I'm level 6 now.
Oh, same.
I had this strange noise if you level up and this particle effect, but someone told me it was a bit too much.
Okay.
Because if you're leveling up and the sound comes around and you are so concentrated, it jump scares you. So I decided to make.
Admit, yeah. I mean, something like that could absolutely. I have to admit, the first time I ever broke a rock,
yeah,
it made me jump.
So yeah, jump scares too. So makes let's say it's a horror genre too. So. But I think if the special event that is in the game at this moment that will come in 1.5 hours,
right?
It will scare you much, I think. But this is something I wanted. Mm-hmm. This is not this is something I wanted because you have to be prepared for it or you have to watch out.
Yeah.
But I don't want to spoil too much, so we will see if it comes around. So. Okay, I have some sticks now. Fiber is enough, I guess. So you made okay. At least we are not friends because the friend system is not in the game. So we have to make a sphere. I miss. One moment, I have to kill 1 goblin because I need copper.
I've got some copper. I can drop it.
Oh, you got some copper, so.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm coming for it. Thank you. So I will make a user sphere, so I have to make some plank. So if you want to craft something the fast way, you can just type in the number and press enter, so you can craft faster than pressing the button or something.
Okay.
Someone asked for it because he wanted to press enter for crafting, so I decided to implement. It's a simple thing, so
yeah, absolutely. Did you craft a sphere? No, not yet.
No, I have to wait for the
I've run out of fiber.
Thanks. So okay, now I'll craft some. So you need the sphere to claim the building. Mm-hmm. That means you can build there, but I cannot interact with it. I can make it. I can hit it, yeah, but I don't want it at this moment. But I can't use doors or so on. So if you add yourself to the claim sphere, you are able to interact with items. So I can open the door now.
Yeah.
And so on. That's a system that you saw in other games like Ark or Rust and so on.
Yeah.
So I decided to implement it too, to have access or the possibility to make a team.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's see. Which level you are right now?
I'm 6.5.
6.5. Okay, so me too. So you made much more than me.
I have to admit I do like the balance at this moment in time because the amount of games I've played where it's an open world survival game where you have to build to survive. Some games you have to spend hours in game before you can actually build anything, and I know we've been playing this for what 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Yeah, I think.
But we've been chatting for all of it. So, and we're half built a house.
Yes, right. This is something I wanted because I saw it in other games. They do it well, but I decided to make it possible to build houses in an early state because if a lot of players play on a map, you always have to hide and all your stuff will gone if they kill you, and And so you have the possibility to have a house in a real early state to save your goods. But I think at this moment there are no traps and so on. The other players can raid your house. This is possible at this moment. They
Right.
can do it quick if you build out of twig,
Okay.
but you can upgrade the build parts to wood and stone. That means it will take more time to raid you. Later on, you will have traps for keeping them away and so on.
Yeah.
But you will have on the other side siege weapons too. So that means you have to be prepared for everything.
So obviously you have a plan at this moment in time.
Yeah.
Has it changed during the development? Your overall vision of the game, has it completely changed, or is it the same? You just
No, it changed. Yeah, it changed a lot. I had my concept at the beginning.
Yeah.
So at first I wanted to have a story that guides everyone and so on. And I started to make a story, but the story it does not fit into the setting of the game. And as I said earlier, I made it single player, but I decided to make it multiplayer first. There were a lot of problems at the start of the beginning of the game with multiplayer. There were a lot of bugs, and it worked. It does work. You had the possibility to play together with one other player, and this was a big issue. At this moment, you can play with a lot of players, so you can host a game. If you don't want to play on a dedicated server, you can host a game for other players. That means 5 players can play together if you host one game.
Okay.
So that you have friends and said, okay, but this makes some problems because the host has to be online, so other players cannot play the game. So I decided to say, okay, you have the possibility to host a game, and you have the possibility to have dedicated servers where you can join every time you want.
That's the beauty of having those two things. And yeah, for me, the ability to have your own private world with your friends or a clan or a community or anything like that, over your vanilla experiences on dedicated servers, I think is golden these days for game development.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I made 3 more of them, of the ceilings. I should we make a stair thing?
Are we putting a flat roof on, or is that it?
It's a flat roof, but we can. I think we can do.
I don't have any planks.
I think I have something that is better. We don't have to make a stair. We can make another way. So let's make this.
Aha.
Yeah, the animation is okay to walk, but at the top you will see the animation is not the best. I will implement a better animation if you reach the top of it, because you hanging around there in the air, and it's not the best, but I will fix this in the future. So we need 1 more, I think. I will do this.
Yeah, I'm low on resources, I think.
Yeah, you if you have not enough sticks, you can make sticks from wood.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, you can.
But fiber is a lot of fiber here in the world. But
yeah, I haven't got a lot of fiber.
I try to make it less in resource costs, because if you're playing on a PvP server, you were on a trip to get some resources, and you get killed and everything is lost, and some players don't like this. So I said let's make it lesser in cost. But yeah, so I'm level 7 now.
You're ahead of me. I need a little bit more fiber, and I can make a stone sword.
Yeah, stone sword. I think I will make a bow. So let's see.
I'm not a very good shot, so I think I will stick to the close range weapons.
That's. I think I'm the only one who can handle the bow at this moment, because it's a bit strange. I will change this in the future so that you can aim a lot much better. So at this moment you only have to press the left mouse button and you shoot with the arrow. But I want to give you the possibility to aim. You can aim, but you don't have the possibility to press the left mouse button and shoot if you release the left mouse button.
Yeah, I think it's, I don't know. Again, it's I suppose it's how accessible you want to make it, because I think I could be good at it if I practiced, and I think, you know, in a reality, shooting a bow is an element of skill. Anyone can swing a sword. Obviously, you know, if you're in a sword fight, you know,
that's right. Yeah.
If you're in a sword fight, there's going to be skill. But you know, if I'm just going to swing a sword at something, anyone can do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe you have got it right there.
Yeah, maybe. So this is you know, if you try to make something or to implement something, you have to think about how is the technical part behind this.
Yes.
So do you want to make it the way other games do it, or do you want to make it different? So at this moment it is different from other games because you only press the left mouse button and the arrow is going through the air. You shoot with the arrow. But I think everyone is comfortable with the systems out there, so I think I should not change the systems because everyone knows them, and I want to make it similar to the other games. So let's see if I hit. No, I missed the shot, so that's not easy. So I can shoot players. That's not a problem. But animals are. The AI is very random at walking around. So
the fox is fast as well.
Yeah, but he can be sticked in at some places like you saw on. I think I get the hide. Yeah. Got it. So I think I should make some armory. I'm walking around naked here. So and I think we should make some sleeping bags as well, because if we're walking around the map, we should not find the
sleeping bag is rope and fiber, isn't it?
So I think one sleeping bag should fit, because you only have to set the spawn point and then you have it on your compass.
Yes.
So let's see if I can craft one. I think I can do. Where is it? There it is.
Have you got enough?
I think I have to make a search bar for the crafting menu, so that you could type in something, and I think it would be great to have like 7 days to die. You know what I mean? So
yes, good idea.
You have the search bar on top of the crafting system, of the crafting menu. I mean, so. There it is. Let's put it here in this corner. So home point. So
lovely, spawn point set.
Okay. So yeah, let's see what we have here in the inventory. I think I should talk about one special thing, because it is different as in other games. If you open your inventory, you have the slot on the right side where you have the torch in it.
Yes.
So that means you have the possibility to put a torch or a shield. Later on, you can craft shields to protect you a bit more. And the special thing about it is because you don't want to have it every time in your hand, like the torch and so on. So in other games, you have to put off the item on the slot. And I decided to say, okay, you have to press a button to apply this slot. So if you press Q, you have the possibility to ignite the torch or take it off. So that's the same with the shields. And I think, see?
I think it's good. I like it. I like simplicity of it doesn't take up something in your hotbar with your 8 quick items.
Right.
So yeah, I like the fact that it's something extra. It doesn't have to be there. It's like my 9th item almost.
Yeah, right. So let's see where we are on the map. So the map is big, but
Yeah.
at this moment the middle part of the map is only playable. You can go to the other islands, but the green lands, I call it, in the middle of the map is the starting area.
Yeah.
And I think it's big enough to start. So
yeah, easily. Yes. Yeah, you can see the size of the map.
Yeah.
I'm just looking around it now. Yeah, definitely. I've got an extra. I've got the house, the spawn point on the map, and because I stumbled across the cave early before we started recording, I have that on the map as well.
Yeah. Everything you discover at this map, it's a cave or something else, you will see it on the map. I think if you discover something, you would not forget about the place. So if I go to the cave here to see, there's a cave. I don't want to go inside, but just
we're right next to the cave, aren't we?
So and it is really dark if you go inside.
Shall we go in? There's nothing. It's no goblins in it, right? Is there?
There are not goblins at this moment, but they will be in the future.
Yeah.
So that means not only goblins, there will be animals as well, like bears or other stuff that's really that you have to be careful of.
Yeah.
So at this moment, you have only resources here like copper, stone, and some iron. Not every cave has iron in it because it's a starting area. Iron should be in the next biome, but because of the fact that the starting area is the only thing I'm working on at the moment, I decided to make the iron here too.
Yeah.
So. Oh, okay. There's a little problem with this.
I just noticed.
Yeah. I think I made new types of it, and I saw. Yeah. Okay.
If I can walk straight through it.
There's no collision at this moment. There should, but okay. Yeah, the caves are really new, and
absolutely.
I didn't test them much, but
no. So can you get? Is there one way out through this cave, or is it? Oh, well, it's big. It's a big circle.
And it's a big circle. Some of them are not big, and I think this is the small one. Yeah. This is a small one, but there's here's another way. So
okay.
Like I said, I don't know how to walk into the caves. Here's another room that's bigger.
Yeah.
So the caves are unique. That's not copy and pasting. So I hate copy and pasting things. So if I play a game where everything is similar, I don't like this.
Yeah.
So I decided to make everything a bit unique. So I think this is the cave here. Some caves have 2 entrances. So here's iron, but I can't hit it. I can't hit it. Yeah, it's so sad. So these are the caves. Shader in this cave is not the best at this moment because the light is emitting a bit through the map.
Yeah, so I wonder why I wonder why it was light up there, but yeah.
So that's the cave that the last cave I made before I patched the game. So I think it's much more. This is a 2 entrance.
And this is one of the smaller caves, did you say?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I don't know each of them. I think we are on the other point now. Or do we?
No, that's our house there.
There's the house.
Yeah.
This cave has 2 entrances, I think, on the other side, where the other lake is. That's the other entrance. So that's one cave. There is a boss cave that is really huge. So the boss is not in the game at this moment, but he will in the next weeks. And you have to do some stuff to get to the boss. That means you have to go through the cave, do something open the gate for the boss and so on. We have to be careful. But
we have to. There needs to be teamwork.
You did not hit me, so
you hit me.
It's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. but I think I made not too much damage because of the club. I know why I do not make a stone sword. So let's see if I can some clothes. So let's go ahead. I think we should see some. I don't know where the villages are. So let's see. Okay. I know where one of them.
Yep.
One of the villages are.
Okay, let's go.
But there are no goblins at this moment, but they will be.
Yeah.
But I can show you.
The game's on the Unreal Engine, Unreal Engine 4 at the moment, isn't it?
You're right. Yeah. I use the Unreal Engine 4 because I like the way the working with the engine it's so fast, and you can do a lot of stuff in short time by making presets and so on, and change one thing to make a lot more. So I had the choice to make it in Unity. I had to make it in Unity. Some people said make it in Unity and so on, but I'm not familiar with Unity. So before I started the game, I worked a lot on the Unreal Engine to get familiar with it.
Okay.
So I think we got there you are. So I decided to make it in Unreal because I like their how could I say?
I don't know.
I try to explain. As I started the game, I have worked with it a long time. So Unreal Engine was the first engine that was free for all.
Yeah.
Free before Unity was. So that's the main reason why I chose Unreal, because you had to pay for Unreal, for Unity. At this moment, I worked with an engine, so I decided to use Unreal Engine and get familiar with it. And why shouldn't I do a game in Unreal? Some people said, don't do this, do multiplayer games in Unreal. That's so huge and so on. Unreal can handle this, but I think Unreal can handle this.
Yeah, there are a lot of games coming out these days with Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah, and it has a reason.
Yeah, and there's open world survival games, there's third person, there's first person, there's racing games, I think it's a very, it's an engine that really doesn't, I don't think it restricts your creation.
Right.
So how have you found the implementation with of servers with GPORTAL? And has there been any issue with the Unreal Engine 4 and what we offer?
I think it's great because setting up a server is always a part that is not so easy if you don't know how to handle it.
Yeah.
But GPORTAL gives me the possibility to test everything I made. So that means they give the possibility to have a server.
Yeah.
And they said, we can do this for you, and if you need help, you can get help. So and this is something I really like, because if you do everything on your own and try to make something realistic for this that you want to do, GPORTAL gives the that's the part.
That was loud.
That's right. So
I can see it in the sky.
There's this is one event. This is a meteoroid.
Was it a meteorite? Was it? It said dragon mother. I think it said.
No, I think both of them are spawning at the same time. So we have to be careful, because the dragon mother, as the information says, is now spawned, and they will go around the map. But do we play the game 1 hour now? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so that's right. I mean, we in regard to its servers.
Yeah, right. And it was simple. It was very simple to do this. And GPORTAL has a lot of possibilities, or they gave a lot of possibilities to me. And yeah, how can I say this? This is not. It's not usual to have someone that just says, okay, here you have possibility to have this, and don't have to pay for it.
Yeah,
so,
we may be crazy. I don't know.
The Dragon Mother is right on the way to us, so we have to be careful.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a goblin down here as well.
Okay. So if you look to the south.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
Fireballs.
She saw me.
I'm mate. Can I hide behind trees?
Yeah, you can hide as well. So.
Oh wow. That's the first time I'm seeing this. So there's no way to attack it at this moment in time.
Yeah, at this moment not, but I want to make this possible.
Yeah.
So let's wait until she's gone. So
gone.
Now we can walk.
Cool.
So it's very dangerous because if you don't have any armory on your on your character, so you will die instantly. So we walk in the wrong direction.
Oh, where are we going now?
I try to find you. One moment. I hear you.
Yeah, I'll just.
There you are.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So you were right. I was wrong. So, you mean the implementation of the game to the server, or you? Or...
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, has there been any difficulties? And if somebody was thinking of creating their own game with Unreal Engine 4, is there any sort of knowledge that you've learned? Any?
Yes, you have to learn how to make dedicated servers. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And it was not easy for me to do this because I was not familiar with dedicated servers. So that's to be honest, it was a really hard part to make this. But I decided to go straight into it and learn about dedicated servers. And it was very simple to make the dedicated server on the GPORTAL server, because I just had to do two things to make it possible.
Really?
Yeah, for something except of the configuration inside the engine. I think I don't have to let me think about it. Oh, the dragon has come again.
Oh.
That was close.
That was very close.
Okay, she's gone. This is something I wanted to implement because I saw that this is something similar to the helicopter in Rust in the old days.
Yeah. Look at this.
But the dragon will have more functionality later on. So this is one of the goblin forts. They are only the fort, no goblins at this moment, but there will be. So
was that a coincidence that there was two goblins outside, or was that did you put them there?
There will be stationary.
Yeah.
That means they will protect the village, and they will respawn at a certain time and so on.
Yeah.
Because they will protect some really good stuff that you can gather from them. This is what planned. So that you have to do something or free the people because you can rebuild a town. So maybe it is planned to free the villagers.
Yeah. So
that they spawn in the rebuilded town. So if we it's a long way to go to the town. So
a goblin behind you.
Oh, no problem. They cannot hurt me. I will hit her. So the multiplayer part was was really easy to implement the server on the GPORTAL server. I just had to put the server on and start it. That was the 2 things I have to do.
Okay.
I made the server user friendly.
Yeah.
So if the server files are accessible later on, you only have to download it, and you want to make a root server or so on. But later on, you have the possibility to host your servers on GPORTAL. This is what is planned. So you can get the servers on GPORTAL, not at this moment, but later on, I will make this possible, so that you can make your own community server, and you can set everything you want, like the difficulty and the dragon spawn, because someone, it was really loud. I think I have to make it a bit quieter.
That was very loud. What's going on?
As I made it, it was not so loud, because I think I had the headphones weren't loud enough to. I have to tweak it. So I hope it does scare you, but I hope your ears are not hurt.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's the thing with the GPORTAL control panel, because it's all web based. No, a user doesn't have to download any additional software to change any of those, these elements, these controls of the game that you're on about. That it's all done on the website. Yeah. So that's really cool. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. It's completely left me. That dragon has literally put me off my stride.
Oh, there are 2 caves in here.
Are they?
One right in front of me, and left on the left hand side. I made. So let's see.
Oh, one over there. Yeah.
I think it's the boss cave.
Ah.
Yeah. Is the entrance
with
here?
No boss
No.
at the moment. Is that an entrance?
There's over there's the entrance. Just follow me and I'll show you. The boss is not inside the game at this moment. There was a possibility as I started the game.
Yeah.
You had to do something, and then you have the access to the cave. But now I make it different. You have access to the cave at any time. So I'm right behind you.
Okay.
So,
sorry. Yeah, I was. I keep seeing things and I go, oh, I should have that.
I have to eat something. So if we go inside, the cave is really big. I can say the cave is really, really big. So I don't know if we go through it the whole way. So if we are inside, I think we should not able to go
upstairs
outside. But yeah. This is the part where it gets interesting.
Oh, okay.
So I think we will make the quick way.
Well, you know the way.
This is the only cave I think I know. So no, I don't know. I see everything inside the editor from top view.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to play the game. So that's why I like to play my own game. Because I discover everything by my own and in a different view.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. If you don't play the game yourself, then you don't know, for instance, if the game's even enjoyable.
Yeah, I can enjoy my own caves. I think we here. Yeah, that's the way. So this, if you reach this stairs with these carpets on it, okay, the boss is not far away. So this is the boss room. They are not much inside it because the boss will be a bit big.
So what's the boss going to be?
The boss will be a big rock monster.
A rock monster.
The first boss will be a rock monster. And this is the room where you will beat him. But it will not be easy because he will throwing stones in your direction and will hit you and make some ultimate attacks. So that means you have to be prepared for him.
And I suppose this is where really it's advantageous to have people in a team or a squad.
Yeah, that's right. You can beat him by your own if you know how to react on his attacks and so on. So that means if you learn how to fight him, you will kill him by your own.
Right.
On your own.
Yeah.
So if you team up with someone, and that's what it's about. Now, I want to try to make PvE PvP based gameplay.
Yeah.
So that even if you try to make the boss, if you try to beat the boss, and no one else will help you, of your friends, you have the possibility to team up with some other player.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That's really cool.
So it's progress based. The bosses are progress based. That means you have to learn from it. So like in Dark Souls, you have to see which attacks and so on does he have.
Yeah. And I suppose you can't take on the this rock monster until you've ranked up enough. For instance, your weapons or your armor won't be good enough.
If you have the iron weapons, it will be easier.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It will be easier. So it's progress based in your level and so on. I think if you are level 2, you should not go in there. You can beat him with level 2. It's no problem if you know how to do this.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not necessary to be level 30 or some higher level to beat bosses, and that means you have the possibility to do everything at every moment, even if you started. So let's see, we have to go around this.
Okay.
And if we go around, you see the clouds of the
volcanoes.
Volcano biome.
Yeah. So we discussed very briefly or a little bit about these test servers that we can GPORTAL can provide, where you can essentially see how your game runs on a remote server, not a device, a system in your own office, or something actually remote. And that's not the only thing that that we offer for free. Sorry, I can't talk and fight at the same time, apparently.
You're not the only one. I
so yeah, I mean, we do this license share program where we pay 0.006 of a euro for a private server to be rented.
Right, and this is something I really like because it would be expensive for a studio, a one-man studio.
Yeah, I mean, so it's I would say it's not even a double. I'm going to use English terminology here, and it might not even translate very well into German. But I would call it a double whammy. It's basically where one thing is actually it's really good in two ways, and sometimes even more. So, in relation to the private servers, it alleviates the demand for dedicated servers to a degree. So, if your game is really, really popular, there could be, or there might well be, a higher demand for people to create private servers, and then and they, as you know, private servers aren't always just there for individual communities. They're sometimes open for anybody to come and join, and they go hand in hand with the dedicated servers. And also, so you've got that alleviation of demand on your dedicated servers, but this license share program, it is also an extra source of revenue as well, which
I think it's a handshake. And that's what I really like, because you get something and you can share something, and okay, the dragon.
Okay, yeah, it's back again. I'm gonna hide.
He will fly around for 20 minutes, so
it's been longer than 20 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but but if he will fly around the whole map, so that means you will see him 2 or 3 times. But he will fly to random spawn to random points on the map that I made.
Yeah.
So now it's gone. We can. So there's another village. So, but at this moment they look very similar. At this moment, I hate it when everything looks similar, like I said before. But at this time, they're only placeholders. So I just copy and paste them, but I will change the look and the way it will look in the end. So I hope we're getting to the over there's the town.
I've lost you.
Okay. Well, come back.
No, yes. I'll get busy harvesting.
GPORTAL gives a lot of possibilities to me, and I'm really thankful for it, because if you start in a game, it is always hard to advertise something and make it possible, because GPORTAL has influencers that can play the game and show them to their communities, and that's a big deal, I think.
That's right. Because we've got 500 of them.
Yeah, and that's a lot, and and this gives the possibility to advertise your game and to get growth.
Yes, it's marketing promotion has definitely changed over the years. I'm going to quote something I wrote in an article a few months ago. Obviously, you remember Street Fighter 2 from Capcom.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the things that they did to advertise the game was to sponsor a car at Daytona.
Okay.
Now that was early 90s, and then of course things have changed over the years. Where there was, I think, 10 years ago, everyone was hot on Facebook ads. If you wanted to promote something or get people to be interested in something, everyone was on Facebook, and Facebook was a new thing. And there was a lot of products and technology and all sorts of things being advertised on Facebook. But in recent years, it's now, game studios have started to realise that people watch their favourite games being played when they can't play the game themselves, or if they're looking to their favourite streamer to get a review of a game. Even they go on to Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Gaming. There's various different types of platforms, and that's basically what's where GPORTAL came along a couple of years ago and realised that this is something that actually would benefit studios hugely, the ones we work with. And we do work with a lot of indie studios now. Oh, you got a shield.
Yeah.
And having these 500 influencers in 30 different countries, who speak 12 different languages and have a combined audience of 10 million, that can really, really help grow the awareness and help you gain traction at launch as well.
This is something I really like, because like I said before, it is really hard to make to advertise your game and share it to others, because the interest is a small part. You may make a game, show it, and someone sees, and I saw it, and that was it. So if the influencers are making a video of it or stream it on Twitch or the other platforms, you have this advertising, because they have a lot of viewers, and this is what GPORTAL gives to me, the possibility to share it and to make it greater for in growth, as to show it to a lot of people, and this is something I really like.
And of course, we charge a lot of money for that. Obviously,
I
joke.
And this is something you have to know if you are a developer of a game, and someone came across and said, "Here, no problem, I will do it for you." You have to know that there's money in the background that will run, and you have to make your homework for this. So.
Yeah, it's just I joke. It doesn't cost. Just to clarify, it doesn't cost anything.
I don't pay anything, but
it's just something that we wanted to do as one of just the many things that we can help a game like yours gain more traction. Because at the end of the day, I was trying to explain this to someone recently. It's like, so hang on a minute, you give away servers for testing for free, you don't charge for those. It's like, that's correct. And you pay you pay studios for games to be played, their own games to be played on your servers. I was like, that's correct. You give us free DDoS protection, yep, and 500 partnered influencers. How do you make money? And once I explained it, this is everything that we do is to help promote the game, to make the game more successful, because the more successful a game is, the more private servers will be rented, and that's where GPORTAL makes their revenue.
And this is and this is something I really like. The honest, this is an honest describe is this. I'm sorry.
Description.
Yeah. Description, right? Yeah. It's the an honest description of how you're doing stuff. You promote the game to get to make it bigger and to sell the service, and that's really honest and obvious, I think. But that's okay. That's a handshake.
Yes.
And this is the system. A lot of other promoters have to do this, I think. Yeah. So it is not even easy to be a single producer of anything, even if it's music or something else. Ah, she hits me.
She got one blow in.
So, because we are here on the town, I have to explain.
Yes, exactly. We came to the town, and then we didn't do anything about it.
Yes, it's no problem. We have time. We have enough time.
Yeah, I know. I didn't prompt you because you've explained it to me previously when I've jumped onto a game with you previously. So yeah, tell me about this little town. What's it all about?
This little town is not ready at this moment, but you can do something here. You see this ghostly buildings.
Yes.
And if you go to the building, and you will see that you can rebuild. So that's what the game is about: to rebuild things, and use the houses or whatever it is to rebuild, and use it. So that means if you rebuild something, there will be NPCs in it that you can interact, and they will help you in some points. There you will have the possibility to trade with them.
Yeah.
And this is something that's not implemented right now. You cannot trade at this moment, but it will be possible to trade with NPCs and even with other players. So that means you have a marketplace here and at the center, then where you can trade with other players. So that makes it simple to get resources you don't want together, because it needs you need time for this.
Yeah,
and if you don't have
this as a safe zone. So once you're in this town, once it's been rebuilt, for instance, I couldn't come up to you and kill you with my sword.
That's right, but at this moment, you should not attack me because it's not implemented right now that you cannot hit someone else. You cannot build here, so that's implemented right now. You cannot build here, but you can you can hit other players at this moment, but it will not be possible in the future because it makes no sense. I want to make safe zones for the players so that they can meet and talk and so on. Yeah. So if we to rebuild something, you only have to craft the part you see at this. In this case, you need the foundations, the foundation stairs, the walls, and so on. You have to craft them. In this case, you need wood.
Planks,
so I need, but I don't. We have the. I have to look. Let's see if I can make a workbench. So let's try this. So I have to only have to gather some wood.
I've got 809 logs.
Oh, I have 505. Why should I?
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
So okay, I will make some. Do we have? There, the workbench needs 35 planks, so I have to make planks. So that will need some time. So, okay. In the moment, crafts the planks. I can say if you rebuild a house, you can interact with the door, so you can go inside. I don't want to give you the. I want to give you any possibility that is possible. So that means if you rebuild a house, you can go into it. You can enter the house and you can interact with any stuff that is in the house. So I played a lot of games where you have houses that you can't enter.
Yes, it's very frustrating. Yeah.
And it's because of some restrictions the engines have, and some studios said, okay, it's not necessary to go inside a house or something, but even if it's not necessary, I will make it possible because you have to do this.
Yeah.
You have to be possible to do this. So why not? That's what the studio is about. The games that the studio will make, because there are future plans, but not at this moment, because I work on I can only work on one project. It's not fair enough to say I work on 2 or 3 other projects. That's not possible to do this.
Well, you're only one person.
Yeah, but I can do a lot of stuff in really short time. I mean, if I can, because I have a job. Yeah, but in the free time, I will always be on the project, and that means I have a 16-hour. I would say a 16-hour job. Yeah, 2 jobs at this moment. One is for the money. One is for the pleasure.
So currently the game is available on Steam as early access.
Yeah, that's right.
When do you think the game? Because from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think even once you have the game ready for, I suppose, full release, it will still be developed from there on. Is that right?
Yeah.
So when do you think the game might be available on full release? When are you expecting? Is it next year, 2021, or?
I would say it is planned to 2021. So, but I to be honest, I cannot say if this is the point where the game is full released. You can play it now to have the possibility to early access. You have the early access possibility, but the full release is planned for 2021.
Yeah.
Maybe 2022. So
okay.
I think this is the window of time where I can say the game will be on full release. So maybe in 1 year the game is in a beta. So early access is always alpha gameplay and so on, because everything or almost everything is placeholding and so on. And I will implement a lot of stuff, and then I will change to the placeholder to make the stuff really cool. But I try to make it in a good way. And when I start something, that means if I make the towns, I want to give the possibility to interact with it. So I did this. You have the possibility to rebuild buildings there. There will be other spots that you have to rebuild. The town is only the first thing you can rebuild. There will be a lot of other stuff. So yeah, I noticed you see the moon.
Yes, I was just you were talking about cool things, and I didn't want to interrupt you. I was like, well, we looked at the sun earlier, and now we look at the moon.
Beautiful moments. Take their time. So.
The moon is it's a 2-dimensional graphic, isn't it? From what you said before, it's not 3-dimensional.
It's 2-dimensional.
Yeah. But yeah, there was a deer when you were talking. There was a deer walking across, and again, it's just it was glowing blue. It's these little things that really make this game. I think the lighting. I think you've got the lighting absolutely spot on, in a lot of ways. Okay, yeah, the balance sometimes when I go in the shade, in the shadow. Might be slightly off, but you can't deny that it's not a pretty looking game.
Yes, I think at the beginning of the game, as I started the game, I had no shader and so on, and I said, how can a game look this shitty? So, so I said, let's work on the shading. It's really, really important.
Yeah.
So if you can see how the game looks without the shaders. So if you turn your graphics to ultra low,
right,
you will see how the game will look without the shaders.
Don't think I want to do
that. And this is only I just wanted to give the older systems possibility to play it, but it don't look good if you don't have the shaders on. So later on, my PC don't have RTX inside.
Okay, yeah.
And it's okay because I wanted to make the game without it, but later on I want to make it on. I just wait for the next generation of the graphics cards.
Yeah.
And maybe RTX shadows will be inside the game because it will make this.
Are we talking
even
about ray
greater.
tracing here? Are we talking ray tracing?
Yeah.
Yes, ray tracing is quite impressive. So yeah, that would be something else.
at the moment, it is not in the game. I think some of the RTX users that have the possibility to ray trace have a different view of the game because some of the ray trace shaders are on at this moment.
Yeah.
But if you don't have a graphics card with ray tracing, I
was gonna say I've got an RTX 2070 in my machine that I'm using at the moment. Maybe I've not got turned on. Maybe I haven't got it turned on. That'd be interesting.
I was a bit confused. I didn't do anything, and I'm leveling up, but I'm crafting right now. So
yes. How many are you? I was gonna suggest making a cutting block. Is that what you were doing next?
No, I just for showing proposals. I want to make I have a little problem here. If you interact with the workbench,
yes,
normally you have the window where you have the crafting system, but you have to and this is something I have to change.
You have to click on inventory and then back into
right, and then you have the crafting menu there. This is something I forget about as I changed it. So yeah, I'm making mistakes, but I'm be honest.
Yeah, and there's another goblin. I'll go to dispatch.
So let's see if I can make some. Yeah, I make foundations just for showing the rebuilding process. It's really simple to do this. Just crafting, go to the spot and just interact with the ghostish object here. So if I do this, so
lovely.
It's like building your house, you know, but with fixed points.
The plan is already there.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you rebuild the door, I think this is a wood door. Let's see if I can craft a wood door. I think no, I cannot. I don't have the resources, so I will do something next. One moment. I want to make some planks. So yeah, this is almost everything that is possible in this game at this moment. You can raid other players, you can interact with them, you can kill them, you can play together. That's what I really wanted. This is the plan for the game, that you more like PvE, but you have the possibility to PvP.
Yeah.
That means that this game is not PvP based. It will have its own PvP game mode. That means there is something planned in the future that
Okay.
Yeah, that means it's not only the dedicated server thing. So there are some game modes planned, but this have to be later on if the multiplayer is ready to go. So I have a lot of plans for this game, and I have a Trello board with the stuff that I want to put into the game. So that means random events like this dragon that was flying around is one random event, or the meteor that was flying around. I don't know where it landed.
So what would happen? What would happen with that where the meteor lands?
You can go to the spot, and then you have the meteor on the ground.
Right.
You can interact with it, and there were random items at this moment.
Okay, so like iron and copper and that sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
That's right. Yeah. At this moment, there will be other stuff inside,
Yeah.
but at this moment there are, I think, 100 items in the game, or 152 items in the game, with build parts included. So that means there are a lot of build parts. That means the most stuff is build part stuff. So
I think it's worthwhile pointing out, which I really like this feature in this game, is that you've made wooden foundations there, and before our house we built, it was a mixture of sticks and fibre. You don't have to dismantle your house to rebuild it with better material, which I think is really cool. You can just upgrade it with the hammer.
Yeah, right.
Which I think so good. And then you've got stone over above and beyond the wood and the planks, which is really cool. Is there anything above stone? I can't remember.
Stone is yeah. You have the possibility to make something to stone. So like the foundations and all the other stuff, even every part is upgradable. The highest tier at this moment is stone. So that means fiber, wood, and stone. And you can pick up everything you build. You can pick up or destroy. That's your choice. Except of the build parts. The build parts are only destroyable if you build something and you made something wrong. You have to dismantle it. But I want to give the possibility to turn if you pick the wrong side, so that you have the possibility to turn. It's not possible at the moment, but later on it will.
Okay.
So yeah. I think I have to make the shop sound a bit louder. I hear the swing sound, but not the shopping sound.
The chopping, yeah, I can.
Chopping, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't know.
So, I think for upgrading we should go back to the other spots.
Yes.
And I see we have discovered some caves and the town and so on the on the map. You can see it, so that you can find a spot and so on. That's something I really wanted, because in other games you have the spots and you have to remember where they are. I don't like it. Like in Skyrim, if you discovered something, you have the point on your map, and then that's what I really like. There will be the possibility to fast travel, but there will be specific spots for it, so like portals.
Yeah. Would there be an in-game currency for that as well? Would it cost the player anything to do it, or would it just be
I think rebuilding the portal is much. It's really expensive then.
Okay.
So that means that you have to rebuild the portals on the first side and on the other side, so that you are able to travel around the map. Only if you have, if both of them are rebuilded. So. I think it will take a lot of time to do this. So I don't think it will have any price to travel.
No, okay, but it's still you've still got to earn it, haven't you? That's the thing there, I suppose, is that because you'll have to build both ends.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I think I will. There's a combo system at this moment that is not fitting inside the setting, I think, because if you're running around and you're hitting, you will stand there and stuck on the place, and this is something that is not very effective.
I'm nearly dead. I'm nearly dead.
Oh no. Okay.
I'm just gonna eat a lot.
That's funny. You said you were already dead, and I almost hit you. So.
No, I could just go back to what I was saying. Yeah, I like the fact. Oh, there's a lot of goblins here.
Yeah, someone asked about having more goblins in the game, so I said, okay, if you want more goblins, you get more goblins. So they want to level faster. The fastest way to level in this game is by defeating the goblins.
Okay.
Or crafting.
Yeah.
So crafting and defeating are the fastest ways.
Oh, goblin behind you.
Oh, okay. It's funny, the sound is made by me, so I have to pitch my voice and give it an effect. So
that's your voice.
That's my voice, yeah. A lot of sounds a lot of sounds are made by me. Not everything, but a lot of sounds, like the bush sound, the pickup sound of stones, and so on.
Okay. How did you make those noises? Give an example. Go. How did you do the picking up noise?
Pickup noise for the stone. I have a box. I have a box for. I have to say it's not positive for everyone, but I'm a smoker, so I have a box for the scene. You know.
Okay.
And the sound of the closing this box is similar to this. So I pick the sound and make an effect of it on it, so that it sounds like you pick up a rock and put it on a bag where rock's inside. So yeah, it's not the perfect sound of it, but I think it fits.
Yeah, it definitely fits. Absolutely.
So the arrow shooting sound are made by my mouth, and so so yeah. I don't have everything, so I have to improv to make something with less stuff. So I have not a lot of money to make to buy everything. So there are still assets in the game. To be honest, there are assets in the game, but I replaced them step by step. Everything you see now is made by me. So all the trees.
How do you make the whooshing noise with the swords and the weapons?
With a mouse. So if you make the swish sound, you know what I mean. Yeah. So you have to with effects on it. I think I picked up a stone instead of a bush, and for you the model is still there. So yeah, this is a little bug from the pickup system here. That means the trace for it is not perfectly, so I have to fix this. It's something to be honest I put on the list, but it is not the highest point on the list. So yeah, so why can I not I can interact with this but not with this. So let's see if I
can you claim it again.
Oh, be careful, I hit some. Yeah, okay. This is something I have to fix. It's a timing problem, so yeah, a simple thing.
Yeah.
There are still bugs in this game. To be honest, I have a lot of. At this moment, there are a lot of French people playing this game because a French YouTuber made a video, and there were over 200 French guys that came into the game, and they really helpful. I have to say, players that play the game are really helpful because they send bug reports. You have the possibility to send a bug report. If you press escape, you have the bug report. I think that leads you to the Info Studio site, and there you have a formula where you can describe the bug and so on. Or you have the possibility to type a message in the Discord server. I'm there available at any time, I think, except of sleeping time. So even if I am on my usual job, I can text back if you have a question or do you find a bug.
Yeah.
So I'm available, and it is community based, and this is much important. Community basement is the word for the game. As we talked about before, or at the start of this year.
Yeah.
This chat here.
It's incredibly important to have a community around a game. Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. Right, we were gonna upgrade this house.
Yeah, I forgot. So we talk.
I'm creating some planks at the moment, so I can make a table, a crafting table.
I have one wood foundation, so I can upgrade this part
lovely.
here. So it's simple to use the hammer and upgrade it. It's similar to the system in Rust, because it's the building system is a mix of two games that I played a lot and that I really liked.
Yeah.
So it's obvious to see that two games, it's Ark and it's Rust. The upgrade system is from Rust, and the building system from Ark. Yeah. So I made a mix of it. So it's not a unique building system.
No, it works. It's good. I like it.
But it works like everyone is familiar with it. So that means why should I make something new when it works in other games?
Absolutely. Yeah, you shouldn't. You don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's right.
Right.
So
craft a table.
I have to eat something. So I want to make some more.
Right, I'm crafting a workbench at the moment.
Maybe we should make.
I was going to make a
cutting block.
Yeah, that's what I was going to make.
Okay, that's great. I have the workbench with me. Just picked it up.
I'll stop making my workbench then.
Yeah, I picked it up and just I'm doing stuff and I forgot about it. It's hard. I think it's a problem of man. You cannot talk and do something.
Yeah.
So greetings out there for the women's. So they can do so much better than us.
Right. Well, why can't I build that? Ingots. Oh, I need to build a.
Okay. an
oven.
You need to build a furnace, right?
Yeah.
So
furnace,
I think I can build a furnace for you. So let's see if I can do this. Yeah, I can do this. Yeah, I craft one. So I think I have. I have some copper and some iron here. How much iron do we need for this?
I can't find it on the. Oh, there it is. Stone, 150 stone and 100 logs.
You mean the
for stone furnace?
Okay,
that's what we need, isn't it? To make. I can craft that actually. I've got enough.
I doing this right now. So
okay.
Let's see what we need for the. I think but copper 5. That's no problem. I will. And planks we need. So let's do some 2. So I will place the furnace. And the placement of the furnace is now on top of the inventory. So don't be irritated. It was I changed it.
I've forgotten how to half the items.
With shift left click.
Left shift.
Left shift and just dragging around so you have the half of
this. There we go.
Yeah, right.
There we go. Right.
Just leveling up again. 11. So if we're level 15s, we can do some good stuff. So I won't spoil this.
What level are you at the moment?
11 at this moment. If I craft
11?
more, I would be level 15 in a fast way. I think crafting is the fastest way to do something. So I have to tweak it, I think. Or not, I don't know.
I forgot. What was I going to build? What do I need iron ingots for?
For iron ingots, you need.
What do I need? I was going to build a workbench. Not a workbench.
A cutting block.
Cutting block. That was it.
Yeah, you need 50. I make planks now. You need 5 copper bars and 50 planks. I have 50 planks at this moment,
I've
so
got
I can.
Planks as well. So
okay.
I've got everything I need. I just can't remember where it is on the inventory.
I have some. I have.
Oh, I need to be in the workbench. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. For upgrading, you don't need the part. You need the stuff. I forget it. I did it and forgot it. That's so. You don't need the build part to upgrade. You need the material.
Yeah.
I changed it. It was like you need the build part before I changed it. So you can upgrade it with the planks.
Yes. I've only got 50 odd planks. I was going to build the cutting block so we can make more planks quicker.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make them and all my planks. Okay. Don't have enough planks.
Right, here we go.
That's right. So for wood, you have to do more than you have to do for fiber or sticks and so on for the twig parts. Stone is much more complicated, but not complicated. Can only let's see if I can do. Yeah, I can do this. If we make bricks, we can upgrade to stone as well.
Oh, okay.
That means you only have to put stones in it. Later on, there will be clay to do this, because at this moment it's only a simple way of doing this. I don't know if in Minecraft you have to burn stone to harder blocks, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So at the moment, can you jump straight from a fiber and twig construction straight through to rock or to or do you
not
have to...
at this moment,
No.
but I want to make this.
I think you should leave it this way, to be perfectly honest, where you have to build, you have to upgrade it to each level as you go.
I think it would be too easy to say, I make twig and then I make directly stone. It would be too easy, because you can only make twig and then go to stone.
Yeah.
As soon as you have the furnace. So I think I will leave it that way. You are right at this point. So upgrading should be this way as it is now. So, one moment. So sorry about that.
What's that?
Someone rings on the door.
Oh, did you go? I didn't know you'd gone.
No. So I said I'm busy now, so come back later. Yeah. Did not inform everyone, I think. So how much wood do I have? Oh, I have 1,000 wood. I have.
Oh wow, there's plenty.
So I think we need more stone. So I will get some stone here. And did you place the cutting block?
It's in the house.
Okay. So then I put some wood in it. There. So I made it accessible for everyone. So that means if you are inside of the cutting block, I can interact with it as well.
Okay.
So other games say that it's occupied or something. I don't want it, because if you are at your home and you have a box that is big enough that 2 persons can look inside it.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, just eating. I forgot about to eat and
oh yes,
to
I
drink.
forget to do that.
So the best way to hydrate and to get some is to eat apples.
Yes. Okay, apples. Yeah, I've got a lot of apples and I've got a lot of tomatoes.
Tomatoes are the best way to gain health. At the moment, I have to tweak it. I made it this way because I did not change it. The bandages were in the game later than the fruits and so on.
Okay.
And not the fruits, the vegetables.
Yep.
And yeah. So I see some. There are some cracks here. I think the placement is not the best after you upgrade something. So let's see if I can upgrade to stone at some point here. Yeah. Insufficient resources. So yeah. But the cutting block is fast, I think. It's faster than crafting it by itself.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so there's nothing to stop you having several of these if you wanted to.
Yeah, but I think it will fit. This is not a big building, so you how would I say? faster speaking than thinking. So you decide how to build. You can waiting for to be able to build wood parts and build the wood parts at first. You don't need to make fiber at first and then upgrading. You can build stone parts and then place them in the world. So you have two ways to build, and
which I think is really good. I think it's really good. Yeah. So if you've done all the grafts, you shouldn't. I mean, you don't build a house like that, do you? You don't build a house with one material and then change it to another material. So I get it if it's maybe your first ever house you're building in game, but once you've leveled up and you're able to do that from the from the scratch.
Yeah, right.
Build it in, you should be able to do that, and I think you've got that right. Absolutely.
And someone asked me about putting some ghostish like in the town.
Okay.
That means that you have to plan your building with placing those ghost fragments there, like a ghostish wall and so on, and you decide which build part will be there, so that you can plan your base. You know what I mean? I can explain it. Can explain it better at this moment, but like in Fortnite, he said.
Yes, I know what he means. Yes, yeah.
Makes sense, but I think I don't want to do this in this way. Maybe I want to make a little extra tool for the game, so that you can plan your base, where you have a top-down view, or I want to make an editor in the options, in the main menu, where you can plan your base.
Maybe have a blueprint for the whole building. If you've got all the materials.
That's a nice idea, so that you can make a preset that you can place on the map.
Yeah, I'm not just a pretty face.
Got good ideas. So that would be a great idea, but this is something that is technical. Will take some time because you have to trace a lot, because not every place on a map is plain, you know.
Yes.
So I think that this will not fit to any place. But if you have some, if you make a preset and you want to place it on the map, you can place it on plain grounds, and if the ground is not plain, you cannot build it there. So maybe, why not? It's a great idea. Maybe I will put it on the list. So you see, I just want to give the players as many possibilities as possible, because they choose how to play a game, and this is what's the vision of the studio, you know.
Yeah.
So there are, I think, three projects are planned in the future.
Really?
But I have 3 projects planned on the list. But later on, if the game have great success, I want to, maybe I want to hire some other people that will help me with the game, so the progress can be faster. But it's hard to tell other people what's in my mind, you know.
Yeah. So
you have your vision of something, and you are not able to tell someone because they would not understand what you're talking about. Did I make it to wood or stone? Oh, I make it to stone. So let's see. I want to craft some more because I want to.
I think I just saw a meteorite.
Meteor?
Yeah.
Did you saw one?
Yeah, it was east, but it's gone now.
I didn't see it. We can watch out. So we can look for it if you want.
Yeah, can do. It was 105 degrees.
Okay.
Ish, maybe 103. No, less. Yeah, 103. Oh, goblin.
Haha. Oh, I died. I'm not fast enough. That's no problem. I have something on my chest, so it's okay. The goblins are weak at this moment, so this is only the starting area. And I think if it's too hard, players will leave the game and say, "Oh God, it's too hard." Yeah. There was some I think 3 people refund the game because they said the game is too hard.
Wow. Well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe it was in the past. So
yeah.
Maybe something was too hard because the AI was really hard.
Right.
They tracked you and and they made a lot of damage and everything. So I can understand why. So it's no problem. So if you
no cyan.
If you saw smoke, I think.
Yeah.
I made smoke to better find them.
I can see snow on the top of the mountains over there.
Yeah, this is the snow biome. But to find the meteor, we have to look for smoke.
I can't see. Oh no, we're back to the town.
So it's difficult to find it because it has a diagonal movement.
Yeah.
So if you set 105, in which direction does it fly?
Well, it looked like it was going away from us.
Away from us?
Yeah.
Oh, that means so the spot. Oh, someone is building here.
Oh, that was us. Was that us? That was us.
No. It's a stranger.
Oh, where? Oh, where are you?
That's a problem. It's not you. So okay.
I'm at the town. I'm at the ghost town.
Yeah, the ghost town. So let's see. Okay.
Oh, got a goblin.
There's someone playing on the server right now. So he built I think he built into a cave.
Oh.
If I saw it right, so. There you are. I see you. I'm left-hand side.
Oh, yeah.
So, let's see. I don't think we will find the meteorite.
No.
So let's see how he builds. Let's see how he builds. I think he will build into a cave to get the resources. So it's allowed. So why not? You can build in a cave.
The tree just went down. They're in front of us.
Yeah, right.
Yep, there they are.
There's no voice chat at this moment. Yeah, he was building inside them. So I think he can build in front of you. Oh, be careful.
Yeah, I'll put my sword away. Yeah. There's a goblin just standing there, just watching.
Okay. Okay. It's a buggy goblin here.
It's a buggy goblin.
Good to see that I have to look inside it to fix this problem.
It's the first time I've had to look at a goblin up close.
If you go into it and you see it's just lagging a bit, you know that you know that this is not a goblin that is really there.
Yeah.
It's a server client problem at this moment. So that's something I messed up.
This is interesting. So that are they? What do you think they're doing? Are they claiming the cave?
I think so.
That's a good idea.
I think it is. So you have the possibility to do this, but I think you want to make a gate for it. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great. I mean, this is I suppose the beauty of this style of game. You're playing the game how you want to play it.
Yeah, right.
That's really cool.
So, to craft some more, I want to get level 50. Just want to. I can make some ropes as well. It's sad that I had not implemented the goblins in town, because they would give some more experience.
Yeah.
Because they are tougher. They're tougher, and there are other goblins. There are bigger goblins.
Oh wow! Okay.
So I think they're not goblins. They are orcs.
Yeah.
So I think the stones are exploding too much.
No, I get it. I like it.
It's like back in the days of Ark, and like the stones are exploding as much as they can.
Yeah. The trees being felled, it's really satisfying as well when they come down. The noise that it makes before they even move. That's really cool.
So I think I'm level 13.
Are you trying to get to level 15, are you?
I try. I want to show you the.
Yeah. Is there anything
one great thing?
I suppose
this is the problem. At this moment, there's no possibility to help each other with leveling. So later on, you will have a group dynamic.
Yeah.
That means if someone makes something, you will get experience too. If he is in a short distance to you, so that the group are leveling together.
That's a good idea.
At this moment, crafting would be the goal, the big deal to do this.
Yeah.
I talk a lot, so I have to drink something. Remembers me of back in the days as I streamed.
Yes.
I was always talking a lot.
Yeah. So we haven't really mentioned it. I mentioned it right at the beginning, but this what we are doing today is for Devcom. Devcom is part of Gamescom. Have you ever been to Gamescom yourself?
I always wanted to, but I never had the time, because my usual walk is really eats every time, and I wanted to go there this year, but sadly it's not possible to go there. So
yeah, it's an unfortunate circumstance, but yeah, we GPORTAL were going to be there this year. I was there last year as I suppose technically classed as with media last year. It's the first time I've ever been to Gamescom myself. It's an eye opener. It's very busy.
Yeah. But I like Gamescom. I watch the streams that. But I'm sad about the fact that I never been there.
Yeah.
So if it's possible, I will be there. So next year maybe.
Yes, fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But I think it's a good way to make it virtual. to give the possibility to see everything that is planned for the Gamescom, that it is streamed on the services that's out there. I think on Twitch, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So for instance, for Devcom, there is a Devcom conference Twitch channel, and I can only assume there will be one for. But there will be one for Gamescom. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So that's great, I think, because if you can watch this instead of the Gamescom is not present, because every year the Gamescom is present, and this year we have to. There were a lot of people, and you had the possibility to meet someone. Like in Germany, it is a great YouTuber, Gronk, or someone else.
Okay. Yeah.
Or the biggest German streamer, and you can meet them there if you have the possibility. But sadly, I've never been there, and every year I want to go to the Gamescom, and I had not the time. This year I had vacation in the time, and I cannot go there. That's so sad. So yeah, but we have to deal with it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Someone asked me, how can you do someone this? Let me start again. I talk too much. So someone asked me, how can you do this amount of content? I would not say content, but this amount of stuff that you do in this short period of time.
And, you definitely have achieved a lot. You have definitely achieved a lot. Yeah.
So I the answer of this is I don't know. Because I just make it, and this is what I'm talking about when I say I need some helping hands to make progress much more efficient. But no one knows what's in my head. This is what I mean when I said I can explain how to make this. So Repoli will maybe a single man project till the end. But the other projects that's planned will be for more people. So because there will be other possibilities, and Hinkfo Studios is not a studio that make only low poly games. That means Repoli is a low poly game, right? But the future projects are not low poly.
I see.
Because of the fact that low poly is easy to make, the models are easy to make. It's much more easy to make low poly models, and it's one of the part why I choose to make it low poly. It's not the biggest part, because I can do 3D models that looking really realistic too. That's no problem, because I'm familiar with the programs that I use. I use Blender for these models.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm very familiar with Blender, and it's easy to use. So if you have the knowledge of the program, so
yes,
that's always the biggest start. You have to have the knowledge of this. So I'm not a great animator, so that means the animations of the game are not made by me. That's one of the things that not made by me. So to be honest, because I'm only comfortable with modeling, but the animations are assets.
Yeah.
I think one or two animations are that you see are in other games too.
Okay. Well,
so
I suppose this is the thing, though. If you're not an animator and there are animations out there that you can use, then why not? Absolutely, why not?
There are a lot of people that complains about if you use assets. There are a lot of people that complains about. But I think if you use assets to placehold, or every asset I have is placeholding, except of the animations and some models, like the dragon that you saw, and the animals. there will be inside the game till the end, because they fit exactly or perfectly into the game.
Yeah.
So why should I change it? Okay, it's not unique, but a deer looks like a deer, even in low poly.
Yeah.
So I'm halfway to level 15.
Oh yeah. You've ranked up quicker than I am. I'm still on 11.
On 11.
Yeah.
I craft some planks and some ropes. And crafting is really fast leveling. But if you level 30, I think it's the end of past leveling.
Mm-hmm. Will there be more, do you think?
Yeah. It will be more leveled. So I will make the. You can level 2 until you level 100. So that means you can level 100. You can level your character to level 100. So
okay. But
it
present,
is hard.
nothing else happens after 30.
That's right. At this moment, you only get blueprints to level 30.
Yeah.
But there will be more. It's because you have the starting biome, and the next biome will give possibility to have blueprints to, I think level 50.
Yeah.
And so on and again. And you see, there are 6 biomes on the map, and that's a lot.
That is a lot.
Yeah. And each biome will have its own things to do. So that means in the first biome you have to rebuild the town, and fight the goblins and so on, and the goblin boss. In the next biome you have other quests to do. So that means there will be a lot of stuff in the future. There are a lot of stuff planned. Something that is not even planned will come into the game because of the community-based conversation that is starting. There are a lot of people that say that ask for a lot of stuff.
Okay.
So cannot even tell what will come into the game. I can only tell you what is planned. So the other stuff is...
I have to ask. So you said earlier that someone asked you about diving and dive bombs. What is the strangest thing someone has asked you to put into the game so far that you thought, no, I can't do that?
Something I will implement because he helped me a lot with servers before GPORTAL was on my display.
Yeah.
But his servers works not. Yeah, his server works, but not like I want to.
Yeah.
So he asked me for implement something that's called ninjas.
Right.
Yeah, that's nuns.
Okay. Ninja nuns.
Ninja nuns. Like it is, like the old days. I think it's from Batman. I don't know. I think it's from Batman, from the comics.
Right.
I decided to say, okay, you helped me a lot, so I will say, yeah, I will do this for you. I will make a little church where some nuns are in.
Yeah.
And if you and there's a chest or something else, and if you interact with it, they will attack you because you're not allowed to do this. So they will attack you with katanas or something else. Yeah, you know what I mean. So why not?
That's brilliant.
But I think it fits into the game because it's medieval too. So that's awkward, but why not? Oh, okay, I'm level 15 now.
Oh wow. Okay. Right, where are you?
So if you're level 15, you have the possibility to use mounts. At this moment, you have you will spawn the mount if you press F. You have a little icon on the right side of your
inventory,
of your quick slot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that says if you press F, you can mount or dismount a horse. At this moment, you can change in the that's nothing you can show right now, but you have this mounts tab in the inventory.
Yeah.
And if you press it, you have the horse. You can click on it, and then you can change the look of it. So there are 8 skins at this moment.
Yeah.
with people and not just have to be ready after 15 minutes.
No.
So those 15 minutes introduction slots we have are really cool too, but then normally at the end of those 15 minutes you just dived into a real interesting topic, and then I'm always the bad guy saying, 15 minutes are over.
But it's the same, I mean, the whole Corona time, it's the same with every meeting that we have. It's the first 15 minutes is always like chit-chat and everything is so busy and everything is so stressful and how are the kids? And then you finally get to the point, and then you're running late for the next meeting.
Yes, exactly. And one last point on that, when I'm home late in the evening, I guess I cannot even say one sentence anymore. It's just like I lost all my words. I'm sitting at home.
But you're sitting here the whole day. I mean, I have my breaks, Nico has the breaks, we are going to change shifts, and you're here all day. Please, in the chat, please give a big applause for Stefan, who is doing like triple shifts here.
Yes,
but
I don't even have time to go into the restroom.
But I also have to say, it was your own choice.
It was my own choice.
It's too much. I told
it was
you
my
before,
own choice.
And he said, "Don't worry about me. I'll do everything."
Yes. And it was my choice.
Yes.
And Rufina and Astrid's choice, because they so like crazy slots in this show. So how many Let's Play do we have? 60 or something?
Yeah, we have like 60 indies in the NRW Green Virtual Indie Expo.
Yeah.
And almost all of them send us a key.
Yeah.
So we could play them. So it's like 60 indie games in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
I guess it's some kind of Guinness World Record without Guinness
probably
knowing that. So thanks a lot to the chat for all you out there cheering. I really appreciate that.
Give the
Thank
man
you.
some hugs, some virtual hugs.
So now let's talk to our next guest.
Yes.
Let's see if he is there.
There he
you are,
is.
Damien.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Hi.
Good to see you.
I'll give a round of applause as well for Stefan as well.
Ah, that's cute. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So Damien, we just met this morning. So but the first minute I've seen you, it was really nice meeting you, and you're such a relaxed person. So I'm very much looking forward talking to you and talking about GPORTAL and what you set up there and what you are doing and a lot of other things. So welcome in our show. And as always, let's start with a little introduction round, and please introduce yourself to our viewers here on Twitch.
Sure. My name's Damien Reed, and I am the evangelist here at GPORTAL. I think I'm the only evangelist in the private game server history, even, or the current industry anyway.
Yeah.
I've been an evangelist for a few years in the tech industry and gaming industry. So previously I was with Xbox and Microsoft before coming over to the private game server industry.
Okay.
So I personally know what an evangelist is. I had to learn it quite a few years
Likewise.
ago. But I think a lot of people out there still have question marks over their head. What do you do?
It's well, so evangelism is it's an Americanism basically. It is normally referred to as someone who preaches the Bible or something like that, and that's certainly what I don't do that. But essentially, what it means is that I translate what GPORTAL do, or an evangelist translates what a company does, and makes it entertaining and essentially to try and make people fall in love with the product and the service.
So it's basically like some companies call it an ambassador, maybe, but often enough an ambassador is more like transporting a message. But evangelist is a little bit like this, right?
Well, yeah, if I was an ambassador, they would probably have to give me Ferrero Rocher. So that's a UK joke. I don't know if you get that. But no, I mean, I suppose it's a little bit of marketing. It's there's events like this that go on. I do live streaming. I make videos. I write blogs. All sorts of things, basically.
This sounds like my kind of job.
Yeah.
I need to be an evangelist for Devcom or something like that.
I knew there might be some trick in this. I could do something like more for you. Pay me. Take my money, Viola. Yeah.
So, and I was told by our dear colleague Astrid that you live in London, but you traveled to Munich just for Devcom by train these days. Right?
Yeah.
From London, is it possible to have one connection from London to Munich by train?
I had to change once.
Only once?
Yeah, I had to change at Cologne. The train was meant to go all the way to Frankfurt, and it didn't. It stopped at Cologne. I had to get off and change there. But apart from that, no. Only two trains.
You could have stopped and stayed here in Cologne because
I could have.
That's where we are, right? So how many hours does that take to travel from London to Munich?
It was about 11 hours.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's quite an effort to join us. I like that. I really like that. So, Damien, and I also see a stream deck right on your left side, and all your stream setup is with you, and you have a great microphone and really good headset. So, well prepared. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well done. So, Damien, maybe let's talk a little bit more about your way into the industry before we start talking about GPORTAL. Yeah, because one thing I've learned about evangelists, and I know a lot of them and met a lot of them, that they are really gaming nerds and have some really interesting stories to tell. So I'm curious to understand how you came into the games industry.
So I've been a gamer my entire life. I mean, I don't look it. I know I don't, but I'm 40 years of age, and I've been gaming since the 80s on Spectrums, Amigas, Commodores. Nintendo, SNES, you name it, I've probably played on it or had it. And it was always my passion to be working in the technology industry. But when I was about 25, I found myself working for the police in the UK as a trainer. So I would train UK criminal law, Home Office accounting rules, and various other things. And I did that for quite a while. But what it did, it actually gave me these skills where I could actually stand up in front of people, and not only be able to talk without my knees knocking together, but be able to actually convey what I was trying to do, or trying to get information across in a relatively easy way. And it just that sort of thing just helped me get into the tech industry. I joined Microsoft as a trainer, and then which then transpired into an evangelism role. And then I became the Xbox specialist for the UK and Ireland, as well as gaming on Windows as well. And I've always been a PC gamer. I play Xbox as well, but I've always been a PC gamer. And last year, a company called GPORTAL approached me, and I thought, I know these guys. How do I know them? And it transpired I rent a private game server from them anyway to play a game called DayZ. A small world, basically.
Yeah. A lot of my friends are streamers here on Twitch too. So and Gerrit, for example, which is quite a big one in Germany, is playing DayZ on his own server too. So I will ask him on which server. Is it a GPORTAL server?
So the evangelist has already done its work today.
Yes, he did. Okay, let's finish this. Okay, so I knew it would be interesting to hear your story on this. So you worked for the police. That's yeah. And when you entered GPORTAL, that was last year. Was it a problem for you that it is a German-based company, or was it easy to stay in London or UK? Sorry, I don't know if you are based in London.
I'm just outside of London. It's been a strange and weird time, I suppose, because of everything that's been going on this year. I work remotely. I work from home. I should have been going to all the various different events that were going on this year. Obviously, Devcom and Gamescom were two of them, and unfortunately, not been able to do that. And this is actually this is my second ever time in Munich. So yeah, I've been working this week with the CEO of the company, Roberto Almazelli, and I've only met him twice, so it's really quite strange.
Yeah,
it's a strange time we live in.
In the last interview we had just with Anya from Kickstarter, I already told that story that a friend of mine just opened up a studio in Lisboa for Lockwood Publishing, and he hired, I guess, 15 people, and he haven't met any of them yet in person. Yeah. It's just like having...
And you may not, or she may not
really weird times,
meet them later this year either, the way things are going. It's a... strange time.
Okay.
Definitely a strange time.
Yeah, let's talk
a little bit about GPORTAL, right?
Yeah. So what we already know, but maybe our viewers already heard, GPORTAL is something has to do with servers and games. So for anybody who is out there who has never heard of GPORTAL, and we see, of course, it's already written on the screen, it's private game servers. Can you please explain just shortly what the idea behind the company and the services are?
Sure. So the GPORTAL has been around for just over 15 years. Started by three friends who were playing Counter-Strike, holding LAN parties in their own houses back when internet wasn't good enough to play games. And they basically moved into a server industry first off, but very quickly moved into hosting games. And this was done back in the day on modified desktop PCs and gaming PCs. But things have changed a lot now. So 15 years later, they are a global company with offices all over the world, 40 self-service service centers around the world as well. Which essentially
40?
Yeah. So all these service centers that provide this very low latency global coverage. But essentially, a consumer, if they haven't ever bought a private game server, if you're playing a game, let's say, for instance, Minecraft, which is the world's most played game, and you were playing it on perhaps PC, and you wanted to have your own world where somebody else could play with you, the best way to do it would be to have this private game server. Then that world always exists, and you don't have to be online at the same time as somebody else to be able to play together. For instance, you could have it there, and then they could play one day, then you play it a bit later that same day, but not at the same time. But that world's still in existence. It doesn't turn off when your machine turns off, basically.
Okay.
That's just one of the examples.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, essentially, GPORTAL, they're one of the biggest companies in the industry, and if there's a game out there that requires private game servers, we pretty much host them.
By the way, we are on the front page of Twitch again, so we have over 500 people right now watching us. Big hello to all of you out there. And just to explain what we are doing here and why we are talking English, although I'm obviously a German, this is the official Twitch channel of Devcom, and Devcom is the official game developer conference of Gamescom. And last Monday we started our first edition of the Devcom Digital Conference, which is running right now. And as for most conferences, you have to buy a ticket to access all the content, matchmaking, exhibitions and all of this stuff there. So we decided to do a daily Twitch show and offer you a lot of free content, interviews, insights in the games industry and all this stuff here on Twitch for free. So if you like what we're doing, just give us a follow and join our community, which is growing day by day, and we are having so many really nice people in our chat already. And by the way, our chat enter hashtag Devcom into our chat to get one of our t-shirts. Yeah, we do giveaways the whole day. Yeah, give it away. Give it away now. Give it away.
So Damien,
Damien, just a second. We have another GPORTAL team member, I guess, in our chat too.
What?
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. Who is it?
GPORTAL.
Oh yeah, he's one of our US guys. So as I said, we're a global company. We have an office over the pond, and so we have essentially follow the sun support. We're able to provide support 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Yeah.
So, Damien, when I browsed through the game servers that you have at GPORTAL, I was pretty surprised how many there are and how diverse the genres also, because you would expect the typical multiplayer, like first-person shooters, or the typical game like Ark Survival. But there are so many games that I wouldn't have thought would be there, like Farming Simulator. You know, so is there a tendency?
What's so funny about Farming Simulator?
I
spent hours in farming.
Because you are so German.
Yes, I like to farm on my own.
But obviously, Minecraft is one of the biggest titles that you have in there. But from your experience, is it rather the big titles that have the most servers that you are asked for, or also like little indie games?
Oh, we work with all studios, AAA studios and indie studios. It goes without saying, the more popular a game is, the more private servers will be rented, which means, you know, that if a game like, for instance, Assetto Corsa Competizione just came out, that's going to require a lot of private game servers, whereas a very small indie studio hasn't got a lot of marketing finances, haven't been able to promote their game very well, then they won't need so many. But everything's scalable, so if a small studio came to GPORTAL and wanted us to host their game, you know, if it turned out they needed enough servers for 15,000 concurrent players, we can do that. 20,000, we could do that. 150,000, no problem.
Yeah, that's great. But I also see like old school Counter-Strike 1.6.
I told you the founders are Counter-Strike players. that will be there until the game dies.
It's the last server you turn off. That is great. I mean, there are so many titles that I haven't heard of before. Like, what is Lost Region? What is Memories of Mars? That's great. There's so many titles.
They're just... I have to admit, I have not played all of the games.
You have not?
I haven't, no. I'm married and I have 2 children.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But our game, as you said earlier, we have such a variety of games on our platform. We have more than 10 million players come to GPORTAL every month, and there is pretty much a private server there for their type of genre of game that they want to play.
So if I was interested in like having a server in Assetto Corsa, for example, because you just mentioned it, so are there different kind of models, or how can I subscribe, or what do you offer as like bundles maybe?
Okay, yeah. So essentially, it's what we decided to do was have a website where everything is there. So you have essentially the shop front. Then you can log in, you have your own personal details and account details behind that. You simply rent a server by selecting the game, selecting how long you wanted the game for, and how many players you wanted to have on that server. So we call them slots. That's the industry name for players, essentially, or players' spots. So I think Assetto Corsa Competizione is 20 slots. So you can select a server 30 days, 20 slots, so they give you a price, you hit rent, and then we generate that server for you. The game will be downloaded onto a location of your choice. It's normally done within a couple of minutes because our networks are super fast. And then you can name it, you can give administration rights to another player if you wanted to. You chose probably the hardest game to actually describe as what you can actually do with the. We have an inbuilt control panel, which essentially gives you control over that server and how that server, how the game reacts. So with Assetto Corsa, you can change the track, you can change the cars, you can change the weather, you can change about 1 billion things. But all done within our website. There's no other downloadable software you need or anything like that. And everything looks the same. So it isn't like you go through to one area and all of a sudden the UI changes. The UI is exactly the same. The fonting's the same. Colors are the same. So it's all very familiar.
So this was like from the customer point of view. So from the business point of view, if you're maybe a publisher or a game developer, maybe indie developer even. So how is the business going on there? What happens if somebody contacts you?
Well, if they wanted to contact me, they just go to that email address there on the left or right side of me. I'm not quite sure. Essentially, we love working with indie studios. Some Damien, of them are the most passionate.
We need your email address.
It is there, gportal.com/business, maybe?
Is it covered?
That's no email address.
No, but you
sorry, I meant
there?
website address. That's what I meant, didn't I?
Okay, sorry.
So if an indie studio wanted to work with GPORTAL, we would be happy to provide them with a server for testing. We set it up anywhere in the world. In actual fact, we'd give them 2 if they needed it. And for an indie studio, that is actually quite vital because it costs in excess of €150 to rent a server for about a month, your very own. So for us to give maybe a studio that hasn't got a very big budget, 1 or 2 servers, that means that they can test their game on a remote location, see how it runs, if it needs optimization. And then they also can get used to our control panel. And the great thing about it, we do it with no contracts and no obligations. So if an indie studio wanted to eventually have us hosting their private game servers, then we'd be happy to offer them a server for testing at no cost, no contract, no obligation.
That sounds cool. I mean, it makes a lot of things easier for if you're maybe a indie dev with like 2 or 3 people in the team. And you're already doing stuff for like 5-6 people who would have been needed in the team. Yeah. I mean, this is like outsourcing one of the core features that you need, right?
Exactly. We also we provide dedicated game servers as well. Now, there is a caveat. We would always have to be the preferred private game server host for that. But then we can provide a dedicated server globally for 10,000 concurrent players for free at no cost. With that, you get DDoS protection at no cost, and that's not a straight-off-the-shelf job that a lot of companies can and sometimes do. That's actually our own product that we've developed. And we have a license share program, which essentially means that private game servers can allow studios to earn a revenue from players renting their game off our servers. And we have 500 partnered influencers on our books who can help promote and influence the game and create awareness and help create sales. And that comes at no cost as well.
So that means that GPORTAL actually also has its own influencer network, right?
500. Streaming in 12 languages in 30 countries to a combined audience of 10 million.
Okay, you know your numbers.
Yes. Well prepared. And let me double check with our directors, I guess. Sebastian, maybe you can show the website and let's talk a little bit about what we see there. So if I understood you right, you were talking about a lot of really popular games we find here.
So you've got all our new games always at the top. Or the most popular, there are Assetto Corsa, and you've got Astroneer and Ray Polly, which is, and actually that's an indie game. So that's right at the top of our website. Ray Polly is a game developed by Hinkfoot Studios. It's a one-person studio. They develop their game in the evenings after they work their full-time job. Ray
Polly. Sorry,
right at the top.
I clicked. I clicked on the wrong game.
all you have to do then is select the location that you want, and you can select how many slots you want. As you say, the UI is very clean. It's not meant to be overly complicated. We understand, that there is a complexity to it if you need it. If you go into a game that, say for instance, Minecraft, you can play on our servers. You can play pretty much every iteration of that game right from the very version 1.0. Plus, you can add dozens and dozens of mods, and you can still have all that control within our control panel. You can even manually type in commands if you need to. But if you're brand new to this, there's actually a drop-down function as well.
It's really interesting. Honestly, I never set up my own server, but many other streamers I know are doing this all the time. So
and by the way, Damien's colleague, what was his name again? Brad, he just mentioned in the chat that if you change the website domain for .us, you have also the US locations of the server, because what we just saw were only the European locations, of course.
Yeah, cool. There's at the bottom, there's a language selection, and you can change to your local language.
It's down here. I changed it from German to English. And but Damien, can you explain me a little bit more about the creator bundles? So Sebastian, please show the website again.
Yeah, so that's on the left-hand side. So as you see, our menu is all based on the left-hand side of the website. The creator bundles, if you want to click on it, these are some of our influencers that we told you about. So some of our influencers have these arrangements with us where they can share certain things that we do on GPORTAL, and it helps them actually gain a source of revenue as well. And in return, they promote GPORTAL, they promote the games that, or the game keys that sometimes we share with them.
Nice.
Got it. And game servers, EPS, premium EPS servers.
Yes, so these are esports server type games. So if you needed sort of like a high performance server, so all our servers are, you don't experience low latency. Some of them run several iterations of the same game on the same server. But you know what esport or esport teams or people are like. They want that extra oomph. So we have a selection of games in which are optimized for esports.
I guess I'm going to start playing Counter-Strike again. Now that I see this, I'm such a gaming god in so many games.
I heard.
Don't say it.
Over here in the UK, I heard.
It's really, Damien, it's legendary. So I'm playing
like,
Farming Simulator just as well as Counter-Strike.
Do you know the film Anchorman, when he's constantly talking about his guns, and they're just, stop calling them guns, like stop calling yourself a gaming god.
Why? I started on Monday calling. I really like that.
Oh, and Sir Metalizer says in the chat, creator bundles are language based, so you get more in German language. Because you switch to English, because there will be more when you have the German side on.
That's correct. And so he is also one of our team as well.
And then I see your voice service. So obviously you work together with TeamSpeak.
Yeah. So TeamSpeak is obviously it's still alive. People still use it. It provides a different function to say something like Discord, which can be a very busy and especially if there's a lot of players on there, they can get in the way. So I'm still a fan of TeamSpeak and the overlays that you get with it. So yeah, you can rent a TeamSpeak server through us.
Yes, the latest edition, TeamSpeak 3, is really cool. And we know the team of TeamSpeak for many years now, because they are also based in Munich, I guess, and it's a German company developing TeamSpeak. So maybe the interface also looks a little bit like it was developed by a German company, but But they changed a lot when they published TeamSpeak 3. So I really love that. It's cool.
I remember. I could still feel the dread when I first saw TeamSpeak for the very first time.
Yeah, I was grown up with playing games on TeamSpeak, honestly.
Yeah.
So ICQ in the beginning, and then
And
TeamSpeak.
IRC, of course.
Sorry, IRC too. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Okay.
And we have a very, very, very important question from our dear colleague Astrid. If you're going to give away that cool shark's chair you're sitting on.
What's Arch chair? I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you just please stand up for a second?
What?
Isn't that cool?
No! Are you kidding? I was always thinking, okay, there are some teeth between his legs, so
It's
focus
a
on
Jaws
his
chair.
eyes. But
But I'm guessing that's not your private chair because it's part of
It's
the
not my
studio in
chair, no.
Munich. Yeah.
It's one of the many. It's honestly, it's such a cool little office. I'm currently in the Game of Thrones office.
The what? Why
so
Game of
there's a
Thrones?
slogan on the wall which you can't see. It says, "Not all heroes wear capes. Some just hold the door."
oh, that's nice.
Hodor! I love Hodor so much.
Yeah. Oh. And honestly, until I saw that episode, I had no clue where Hodor could come from.
Yeah, and this
Hodor.
is one of the many things that I think that George R. R. Martin is why he is so brilliant. But I also think that George R. R. Martin is the one who scripted the year 2020, you know?
Yes, he did. He obviously did.
Everything that you love will be taken away.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, back to GPORTAL, where we're going off
Yes.
topic here.
Yes. So,
If I may, could I steer the conversation?
yeah,
Yes,
sure. Go
yeah,
ahead.
please go on.
So I know we've been spending a lot of time talking about GPORTAL, and it makes sense because that's who I work for and that's who pays my bills. But I'd actually like to talk about private game servers just in general, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So private game servers, it's a technology that utilizes dedicated game servers. So typically when you're looking at maybe a multiplayer orchestration, you're looking at something like peer-to-peer, where a player may be a host, and there's no actual piece of hardware in the middle looking after the connection between two players. That one player's Xbox, PlayStation, or gaming PC, part of the hardware becomes the server and then connects to another player. Sometimes their hardware sometimes also takes some of the strain as well. Essentially, if you think of maybe 20 players playing together, every single player is connected to another, and they all rely on having a really good, stable internet connection. No hardware slowdowns, nobody on their own internet streaming Netflix or something like that. So you can imagine on a peer-to-peer orchestration, the chances of somebody actually having a perfect game is very, very small. You essentially